Oh shit, am I live? I forgot I started the stream. Or did I? Or did I? Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Today, Saturday, the 27th of January of our year of the Lord 2024. 2024 on the Gregorian calendar. Oh, wait, what is the Warcraft the Warcraft 2 thing? Like what is the Warcraft 2 thing? Warcraft 2 chant. The Deo gratias. Deo gratias. Why is that not playing? Why is it not playing? Open sound settings. Okay, there it is, yeah. Deo gratias. Deo gratias. Deo gratias. Yeah, that's. Deo gratias. Oh, Deo gracias. Thank you, Lord, I guess. Deo gracias. Oh, I guess in Latin, T is pronounced as S, like a C, like gracias. Deo gracias.
When Blizzard was working on Warcraft 2 and
yeah, I guess in Latin a T is actually an S or a C. I don't know, it's weird. It's weird. Old languages are kind of interesting. Like I'm reading Tolkien and it's like a lot of it is based on like Old and Middle English. Kind of interesting. But yeah, we got mining to 225 last night. I'm probably, you know, I know that like it's probably good to save these for jewel crafting later, but I'm actually probably going to start just selling all my ore. All the ones that are like the mithril, at least the ones that are really expensive, because I'm gonna need a lot of gold to get cold weather flying, and if I have cold weather flying, it's gonna be so much faster to quest and do mining in Northrend. So I actually think it's gonna be in my best interest to sell all the mithril, because I can always, when I start doing jewel crafting, I can always just go mine more ore. Especially if I save up enough gold for fast flying. Because if I can get fast flying, like if I can get some fast flying, like that's gonna make mining even better, and it's gonna make jewel crafting happen much easier. So I mean, in the long run, I think saving the ore, like the most expensive ores I can just sell, like the mithril. Because I think that's gonna be able to get me closer to fast flying, which will make mining mithril faster. So that when I do jewel crafting, you know, I'll be able to just go get my own mithril. Mithril! And my axe! Mithril! Mithril! I'm gonna actually brush my hair. I'm gonna actually brush my hair instead of just being like a big giant pile of tangled mess. The Lady Pinky, Rebecca Lauren, Lee Sung Vok, your lips is bite and may leather pants zipper. What the fuck? Should I translate that to Korean? The whole sentence? I feel shy and my penis will be bigger too. Well, you're being timed out for like 5 minutes. What the fuck, dude? What's wrong with you? Are you the Monkey King? Are you Goku? Are you Son Goku? Lee Songbok? Is that my... Is that... Lee Songbok? Is that my Korean name? Lee Song-hyuk? Who's Lee Song-hyuk? Lee Song-hyuk? Deo gracias. Lee Song-hyuk is like a... He's fake. That's Faker from League of Legends? Damn. Wait a minute. Lee Song-hyuk? Oh, that's Song-hyuk. Lee Song-hyuk. Better known as Faker, is a South Korean professional League of Legends player for T1. Tyler 1? Wait, so T1 is see, this whole time whenever people said T1, I thought they were talking about Tyler 1. What the fuck? Wait, is Lee Song-hyuk, is he my husband now? Is this happening because somebody on the internet said so? Is he now my husband? Are we getting married? Are me and Faker getting married? Is he now my husband? It's a business transaction. That's all marriage is. Honestly, the way I think... I'm really, like, against marriage as a personal choice. Like, obviously, people can get married if they want, obviously. But as a personal choice, I'm just completely against marriage. I just think it's like a legal agreement. Like, it's just kind of weird. It makes sense if you want to start a family together, because then, you know, there's certain legal advantages to being married, but there's also a lot of risk. And a lot of people, they'll get married and then they have to go through divorce. And divorce is also a legal headache that people have to go through. And some people get married without thinking too much. And even people who think very deeply about getting married, it's really something that, like, nobody should go into lightly, but a lot of people just get married like on a whim. It's so fucking weird. And you know what's ironic? Is these are the same people who think that people getting gender confirmation surgery are like rushing into it. And like, these are the same people who probably got married in like Vegas. Like, it's just like, you know, you should always think about like the context of like, if somebody criticizes you, try to put that in like perspective of like, well, what is this like, you know, even if like some things obviously you just, you know, can't research, but I implore you, if somebody starts like bad mouthing you or whatever, go look at their social media profiles. You're gonna learn pretty quickly like how much weight you should put to their criticism. And honestly, I don't think anybody should really take anybody's criticism unless they're like directly trying to like mentor you, or if they're like vastly more successful than you. I guarantee you there is absolutely nobody more successful than you criticizing you. And if they are, you should probably maybe not 100% take it seriously. You should never 100% take someone seriously for criticizing you, unless they're like trying to help you. And even then, it's like, well, put it in perspective. Do they really know all the details? Is it a direct mentorship? They just kind of see you like if somebody, for example, if like a streamer stumbled upon my content on the internet and then they criticize me, they don't know the full picture. They only see like one video or something, which, you know, the criticism is valid and that's something to take to heart, especially if it's like somebody who's vastly like more successful than you. They're really not going to criticize you unless they have like some kind of perspective that they can offer. So it's definitely valuable information, but you shouldn't take it so seriously that you like, first of all, like I feel like, I mean, there's like a philosophy some people have, and I know Jerry Seinfeld, for example, has that he thinks that like, he believes that like it's a thing or like maybe a superstition that you will never be successful unless somebody more successful tells you that you're never going to make it. Like Jerry Seinfeld actually said that in an interview once, that like he was told by like a more successful comedian at one point in his career when he was early on that he was never going to make it, and then that made him do better, and then he ended up being successful. So obviously, you know, it's like, don't really take that seriously. What you should take seriously is your own progress and like where you're at, and also what your goals are. And also you have to take into account a like total stock or a total like inventory of what your actual skills are and like how those differ from others who are successful in your area, because in your area of expertise, because just because you're doing the same pursuits as someone else, that person got there with a completely different set of skills. So what worked for them may not work for you, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to work for you. You just have to find a way to use your skills to get there. And yeah, it's really difficult because obviously sometimes in certain things, I think there's I think this list is much smaller than people believe it is. But there obviously are a list of things that are just never going to happen for you. Like obviously, if you're already at a certain age or something, you're probably not going to be like in the NBA, you know, especially if you're not a man. If I started playing basketball right now, I'm probably not going to be able to join the WNBA. Like, I doubt it. I highly doubt it. I'm just a little bit too old for that. But I don't know, man. I don't actually know if they, like, do they have like an age cutoff? Like, could you play in the WNBA into your 60s? Like, if you technically could handle it, like if you have the physical capability of doing something, is age actually there's a difference between like physical age and like legal age. Because people say that I don't look 36. What is and then there is like a kind of thing, and I've read about this. There actually is a difference between legal age and biological age. And biological age is based on your physical health. And it's like a different metric. It's like, you basically like, what is somebody's biological age? Like, because somebody could be 60, but somebody got like the biological age of like 45 because they're just so healthy and they have a youthful appearance. And when I say youthful, what I think people really mean is just healthy. If you're healthy, you look younger on average. Obviously, there are certain like characteristics. Some people are very healthy, but they have like more age and appearance. And I guess that's mostly genetic. I think people put way too much stock in appearance because appearance is actually just genetic. Like the reason I look the way I do, besides the surgeries I've had to adjust my face and such, is like just based on genetics. Because even the facial surgery I had was just a minor polish. It wasn't really this big giant it wasn't like an overhaul. It was just kind of like an adjustment to make my face as if I hadn't gone through male puberty as much as is possible with surgery. Like this is like how I would look if I didn't go through male puberty, pretty much. Maybe not, I don't know. We'll never know because my biology determined that from an early age, and unfortunately I had to go through that. Unfortunately, we didn't have the kind of knowledge we do now about transgender medicine. It would have been very unprecedented at the time, especially politically, which is unfortunate. It would have been very unprecedented at the time for me to have undergone hormone blockers as a teenager. Especially since at the time I didn't even have the vocabulary or the social acceptance to even think about gender being a factor. I kept blaming myself and all these other external factors for what I was experiencing. If I had known that what was going on was actually gender related, maybe things would have clicked a little bit easier. Because now that I know about it, all the stuff is obvious. It's like obvious now. Like when I look back at like the experiences I had as a child and like how like I reacted to certain situations and how different it was, how markedly different it was from every single person my age. Like it makes sense now. But at the time there was like absolutely no discussion of transgender medicine or transgender or gender dysphoria or anything like that. That's kind of what people are fighting against now. And if people are wondering, and I made this comparison before because people talked about the left-handed surge in like the early 1900s or whatever, and it's because socially it was more accepted to be left-handed at a certain point, and so when it was more socially acceptable, more people were willing to declare that they were left-handed. So that's why the numbers surged, and now that's happening again with transgender people. Hey, morning, Gorgon, looking amazing and gorgeous as always. Okay, yeah, thank you. You make me smile, Gorgon. Anyway, basically what I'm talking about is that people underestimate like the power of social pressure that basically trans people, and it's funny, it's not funny, it's actually the opposite of funny. It's very ironic and kind of pretty damn hypocritical that after we found out what happened during World War II, after the fact, after the Nazis lost, after Nazi Germany lost, what they were doing, and the history of that, and the implications, like the actual, like they documented everything, and what they did was they literally erased trans people, and it was erased from Western culture, like everywhere. Like the Nazis won in that aspect. Like they wanted to erase trans people, and they wanted to erase Jewish people as well. They failed in that aspect, although they did murder a lot of people. However, like Jewish people stayed strong. I mean, obviously it's because of, you know, numbers. There's a significantly more Jewish people than there are trans people. So trans people got erased. I don't know what, like that was a serious loss from World War II. Trans people were just then rising up in understanding and in medical knowledge. And it wasn't until like a decade ago that that started up again, really. In the 60s, it made a huge resurgence. And, you know, the history of trans medicine, it's a really fascinating. I'd like to learn more. There's a lot of knowledge I just don't have. I would like to investigate the history of trans medicine at some point. You know, I'm sure there's a lot of stuff written about it. But people don't really know about it. And in that aspect, that's what the Nazis wanted. And people don't really talk about that aspect sometimes, at least a lot of the time. I don't really hear people talking about that. People are usually talking about what's happening now, but what's happening now is like the parallel to what was happening then. Like that's what was happening. Like there were transgender clinics, people were studying gender, things were becoming more open about like sexuality and about like, you know, gender identity and gender fluidness. You know, there were clinics popping up in Germany and in like in like that region of Europe. And the Nazis put a stop to that. And like people, it's really kind of fucked up that like right after World War II, like America and other countries basically followed suit and just continued to push down anything that didn't resemble what was traditional values. And it's like, it's really fucking ironic because like that's what we were like fighting against, except we weren't actually fighting against that. The reason we won was because we won by military domination. So it's really just really fucking sad. It's just really sad that like we weren't actually fighting against the Nazis. We were fighting against their military prowess, like their military endeavors. We just didn't want to be conquered. Like it's an after effect that we got rid of their endeavors to genocide. Like it's just really fucking sad that humans are absolutely terrible and people don't really do anything unless it's in their best interest. That you have to like basically just force people to just do things that will help people. It's really sad. And you know, the thing is that that's true for me too. There's things that I just won't do. Like I want to go help, but like there's so many factors. And I know these sound like excuses, but like I can't go out and like volunteer right now. I just can't. I can't get myself to do things. I have way too much stuff I need to focus on with my own life, and there's just certain things that I just don't have the power to do at this moment. I don't know. Like I've said, I've rambled on enough, I think, about this over and over and over, but I really do think that things will work out for me very well, and that eventually this will all kind of be behind me. And, you know, I talk about it a lot on stream, but, you know, just like everything else I've talked about on stream, at a certain point, I'm not even really going to remember all this. It's going to be documented. I could always go back and look at it and say, like, you know, how far have I come? You know, how much progress have I made? And I could look back on my streams. I could look back on my clips. I can be like, oh shit, this all happened. I forgot about that. That's the cool thing, although that's a good thing. You don't want to constantly be remembering every single thing that happens in your life, because sometimes there's very painful things. This is a very painful experience, but it's the kind of pain where like it's not like damaging, it's pain. But it's the kind of pain that happens like when you go to the gym, right? Like I'm getting stronger. Anyway, I'm up to 225 now. We need to get to 300. Now, Booper was telling me not to go to Tanaris. But I think I'm gonna go to Tanaris anyway because it's next to Ungor Crater. And I'm gonna have to go to Ungoro Crater anyway on the next step of the mining journey. Yeah, I gotta go to Kalimdor, and then I gotta go to I'm gonna go to Tanaris because I'm gonna end up going to Ungoro Crater, which is in the same area. So I'm gonna ignore Booper's advice of staying in Hinterlands because I've already Hearthstoned because I had to level up to Artisan. So now I'm just gonna go to I think the best way to go would be to go to Darnassus and then just boat to Aberdeen and then fly to Tanaris. Icy hot taco. Okay, oh yeah, while I'm in Dalaran, or while I'm in Tanaris, I'm gonna throw some stuff up on the auction house. Because as much as I'd like to keep these mithril, I need to get fast flying, so I need as much gold as possible. Well, first of all, I need cold weather flying for when I level up, for when I go back to Northrend. Because what's going to happen is I'm going to level up my mining high enough to be able to mine like cobalt and stuff in Northrend, so that I can continue questing, so I can get to level 80. Like that's the plan right now, is we're leveling up mining, and we have like a like 200 to go, because right now we're at 225. So I got a plan laid out. It's the best plan I came up with. I don't know if it's the best plan, but it's a plan. I'm not in a rush to get to level 80, and I'd like to get to level 80 with stuff prepared, such as like my professions and such. At least Gobbler's Knob. At least yeah, like I think just selling all this shit is gonna be best, because I need to get, geez, 1 gold for a gray. Yeah, let's just sell all my ore. I know I should save it for... I'm just gonna go mine the stuff I need again when I start leveling... Yeah. When I start leveling... Jewelcraft, it's gonna be way off. Because... I want to get to level 80 before I level up jewel crafting. So I need the gold for fast flying and for cold weather flying, so that when I do go level jewel crafting, I can go get all the material, all the regions, all the materials. I can get them much faster. Yeah, so I'm just gonna throw all these up. into the auction house. I need lots of gold. Like, I need like 6,000 gold. Like, hopefully we can get... Hopefully by the time we get to Northrend, we'd be able to afford fast flying and cold weather flying. At the very least, I need cold weather flying. Like, it's like, that's 100% necessary. So at the very least, I need 800 gold. But I'd like to get fast flying as well. It's gonna make leveling up jewel crafting that much easier when I hit level 80. Because I'll be able to just go get all the materials going mining much faster. Rather than, you know, because then, you know, even though I'm selling them now, it's like, it's an investment. Because otherwise, if I save them all, yeah, I might be able to level jewel crafting faster. But I think it's better if I level up mining, and then when I get to Northrend, I continue just leveling up mining while I quest, and then just get to level 80. Like, go through the Dragon Blight and all those other areas. And just get to level 80. And then when I get level 80, I can start getting some gear put together, and I can start leveling up jewel crafting. And I'll just kind of do that at my own pace. I'll just go mining for materials that are too expensive on the auction house or at the vendors. I'm gonna have a full plan laid out by the time we get there. What's gonna happen is I'm going to go to WoW Professions, and I'm going to like look at a guide. The fuck? Let's look this up. Is that worth anything? Like, it makes a mallet of Zulfaric. It's a one-hand mace. Phase 1, what? Yeah, screw that. I'm gonna drop it.
Goddess, watch over you. Oh.
Oh, gold thorn. Yeah, I can throw that on the auction house. Yeah, I mean, I can also throw those up. Okay. Ah. Anyway, that's basically the plan. Getting mining up to the level I need to start mining in Northrend. Purchasing cold weather flying, and if I can, fast flying. But we can always get fast flying, you know, just later on. Okay, I'm just gonna... This codex, I'm just gonna keep that codex, I guess. We can do it later. I can probably solo the whole thing later. Like, at least... Maybe if not at level 80, then I might be able to do it when I'm geared up at level 80. And just solo the whole thing. Like, it's just like that quest is just... been a boon of my existence. I guess. I'm just gonna drop that one. Okay, yeah, I'll put this in my bank. So like all these, yeah, let's take all this shit out. Like it's just not worth saving them when I need fast flying. Like, you know. 911 things? Jeez. Whew. You know, even though it skips a lot and it'll have to retry a whole bunch, it's actually faster if I just post this the fastest and just reiterate each time. I've tested going slower. It's just actually better if I just keep scrolling up as fast as possible. We need gold. Welcome to mining. Well, the rough stones. Oh god, I should just skip the rough stones. Maybe even the core stones. I don't know, it's significantly higher than the vendor price. And people probably need them. People who aren't willing to go out and get them themselves. This music is like great auction house posting music. Making lots of gold today. We're gonna make them gold today, yeah. Oh yeah, skip the rough stones. Jeez. They're too rough. Okay, we're almost done posting. Finally. Jeez. We can just vendor all this shit. Well, I mean, I should keep all the frostweave. I don't know why I put frostweave up.
I am honored. Tanaris.
What brings you here?
There's a little gnat flying around. Okay. Now we're finally ready to go head out to Tanaris, then to Ungora Crater. I'm so curious. Why so curious? Oh, there's a... No, like... Does the Flight Master even go to Kalimdor? It did in Season of Discovery. I think they changed it for that.
To maintain our link to the main
Oh, it does.
we have hippogriffs constantly
Well, that's
flying
good.
between Rotharan Village and Darkshore.
That's gonna take 12 minutes. Yeah, that's why I want to just go here to begin with, because I'm gonna have to go here anyway for Ungoro Crater. Oh, cool. Stuff is selling already. Yeah, we're hopefully leveling up mining, especially once we start going through Outlands. That should very quickly, maybe not so quickly, but that should at least get us cold weather flying pretty quickly. But it might take a little longer to get fast flying. I need to make something to eat. Oh. Was I muted? I need to make something. I need to make breakfast. I think I'll make another cup of coffee as well. Yeah, make some breakfast. We got to fly for a while, so. Okay, and we're back. And we're here. Yeah, I know Booper was saying not to go here, but we're gonna be going to Ungoro Crater anyway, and it's like right next to it. So I don't want to, you know, I wouldn't want to fly all the way to the fucking hinterlands, mine there, and then just go to Ungoro Crater like. Nice hat. Interesting. Yeah, I think it's probably best if I go clockwise. And I'm the only one here on this layer, so. Just get everything, because it's gold. Oh, is it in there? Oh no, it's over. No? Yeah, I gotta go through here. The Lost Rigger Cove. Iron. Oh. Yeah, we only have like 20 levels here anyway, so this place is kind of annoying, but we're gonna go to Ungoro Crater pretty soon. It wants me to go this way. Here we go. Mithril. Mithril makes me happy. Here we go. Gold. Oh no. There's something over here. Me through. Hey, what's up, Q-Cucks? Just first time watching? I've seen you in the stream before, Q-Cucks. Don't lie to me. I've seen you in the stream before. Dark and Darker? Oh, nice. Yeah, I know there was some controversy with that, but now they're back in action. That Dark and Darker, I think that's been great content. I really think there needs to be more Dark and Darker streams. Like, I'm like watching the streamers play that. It was better than Among Us, obviously. I fucking hated Among Us. Everybody was into it. It was so fucking boring. Dark and Darker at least is like entertaining. And especially Germa. Have you seen any Germa streams of him playing Dark and Darker? That guy is an actual genius. That guy is an actual genius. Yeah, I have Chatterino. It tells me when people join, so you can't lie to me, Q-Cugs. I'm too intelligent. Okay. You found me yesterday? Well, either way, I'm sorry to interrogate you. Like the Spanish Inquisition over here. It's like, where were you on the night of the 32nd? Like the Germa Dark and Darker streams, just anything Germa does, like the Dollhouse streams, like that guy is what like streaming and YouTubing should be. Like, so many people get stuck into this like this social political bullshit. I'm actually like, I guess I was good. The one time I played Among Us, I actually slayed everybody. Like, I actually like won, like really hard. Let's just kill these elites, I guess. You don't know what they might, I don't know what they drop. But they're elites. But yeah, I don't know if you've seen his Dark and Darker streams though, but he would do like, he does like improv and he does like character acting. Like he's great. More people need to do stuff like that. Like this is like a stage. It doesn't have to be like this weird, like, oh, it's always gaming, or it's always like, oh, what streamer is talking about which streamer. Like, the tabloid shit, I love it. I love the tabloid shit. But that's not all it is. And it's like, I think people are like, I really think more people need to, like, get into, like, kind of traditional art forms. Like stage acting and like improvising stuff, but also like just traditional forms of entertainment. More people should study these things because you learn a lot about yourself when you learn things that have been around for so many generations, like, and there's so much history, like especially like music or like opera. I know it's not very popular, and the reason why is it's because like it's like going to an opera is similar to going to like a scientific conference. Like the only people who can understand what people are talking about in a science conference are like other scientists. So like if you go to an opera, obviously a lot of people can appreciate opera, and anybody can. But like, I guess everybody who listens to music you are like a scientist because you're studying data. You're in the music is sonic data. Like it's not visual data, it's sonic data. So every time you listen to music, your brain is processing it. So you kind of have to study music by listening to it. And something like opera is just like it's so rooted in like kind of complex things that like you're a novice's ear has a very hard time appreciating opera. So you really have to like give it time, and more people need to do that, especially now more than ever. Middle ditch. GTA RP. RDR2, what's that? Red Dead Redemption. Oh yeah. Yeah, the GTA RP and stuff, that's really difficult to do. Interactive improv, like that's like probably the most difficult improv to do. You're playing a character in an RP, like that's so difficult. I don't know how people do that. I guess you just practice it. I don't have those kind of opportunities though. Maybe eventually I'll be able to do stuff like that. I just, at this time in my life, I don't, I know that you're new here. There's just some difficult stuff going on. I bring this up every single time. I try to give the TLDR version, but I'm going through a very serious moment in my life. Is the TLDR. And I don't have room, mentally. I just don't have the bandwidth to do like really significant artistic endeavors. I do what I can. Yeah, middle ditch. I'm gonna have to check that streamer out. Okay, now we're accidentally in Ngoro. We're not ready for this place yet. We gotta go to 245 first. We got 16 more levels to go. Yeah, I mean, when you're doing stuff IRL, off stream, that's way more important than whatever happens like on stream or on my social medias or on my content. It's too important to me to not fail with my IRL endeavors at the moment. I do talk about them, so they do come here. But a lot of it just, it's not something that people can really relate to, and it's not something that, I don't really think that it's very entertaining to talk about. It might be educational, but it affects such a small percentage of people that it's very unlikely. And also, I looked at my analytics on YouTube at least. Maybe the numbers aren't enough to really give accurate data, but 95% of my audience are between the ages of 25 to 34 and male. So the vast majority of people that would stumble on my content are most likely, even though they might identify at the moment as male, but they might actually be female. So, but that's like very unlikely. Only like 1% of the population is transgender. So I highly doubt anything that I have to say about, as far as like incidental, like, discussions. I think people are fascinated by it, but at the same time, I really don't want to fixate on my medical stuff. I only really talk about it in order to help, solidify my strength to make sure I get through this. Because I've been using my stream these past like 4.5 years as a sort of like kind of gathering place for myself to be able to stay strong enough to get through all this. And I'm at the very end of it. Yeah, we all got problems to deal with, exactly. So people can relate to problems, but I think this one is just too difficult for people to latch on to. It's difficult even for the people going through it. I don't expect people to be really interested in it. Some people are. But the reason I talk about it is not because I want to make it into content. The reason I talk about it is because I'm using my stream as a tool. Maybe it's not the best for my social media image, but that can always be fixed later. It will be. It definitely will be. I have a lot of plans for content outside of streaming. And all I can say, really, to sum it up, for the TLDR is the best is yet to come. The best is yet to come. Well, I'm glad you agree it's not a problem. There's some people who do. But it's not that it's like I think people think it's a problem. It's not really about that. It's that it's really hard for people to relate to. That is actually more of an issue than transphobia. It's just the lack of understanding. It's really hard for people. It's like trying to get people into opera, which is really fucking hard, or trying to get people into playing chess, which chess is more popular nowadays, but even then, chess has a high learning curve for most people. I think most people just don't have the right incentive and they don't have the right teacher. But that's a different issue entirely. Same with music. A lot of people really are turned off from music because they were forced to get into music at an early age and they did not have a good teacher. They had a teacher who was trying to make them into like an orchestral, a professional orchestral musician when they barely even know how to play the scales. Like you kind of have to like ramp up. You don't really just start out with like the discipline. The discipline comes with the ability. Like you gradually work up the ability to improve your discipline, and it gets to the point where the discipline doesn't really come from the teacher. The discipline will come from you. You can have teachers like teach you some philosophies about teaching, but and those are more general philosophies. It's not necessarily about music or whatever study you're studying. Most of the stuff, yeah, no one ever talks about the process of being trans. It's just like, bam, I'm transgender now. It's like, the thing is like you only see the end result, and a lot of the time when people come out as trans, especially if they're like social media figures or public figures, it's usually not new. Usually what happens is they'll start transitioning in private, and then they'll come out as trans to their audience, because then they'll feel ready. That's usually what happens. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm one of the people that, one of the reasons why I think what I've been doing is so important. There's very little people who have the kind of, I guess, I don't want to like, people have said this to me, so these are not my words. These are what other people say. So I'm not, I just want you to be clear. I just want to be clear because I'm not like blowing air up my own ass. It takes a lot of courage to be publicly going through your transition the way I have been, and I don't really know any other way to get through this, so that's what I've been doing. And I think that it's a very important endeavor because there's a serious lack of information of what the actual day-to-day process is of going through transitioning. So many people just rely on like very limited data of like people's anecdotal evidence that is not always like fully reported, because people are generally like not super forthcoming about their experiences, and when they are, it's not always like the best articulated the best. A lot of the information about the actual reality of transitioning, there are people who have shared a lot and they've helped me, but I felt like there needs to be a lot more information, and at the very least I can share my specific journey. And I don't know if it's ever going to be useful to people. I think it has been. I think I've had a few viewers who've been able to be helped. I hope they're doing okay. But it's just, yeah, I see you. You disconnected for a second there, Q-Cucks. Yeah, well, you know, obviously I always have the VOD if you ever want to go back. I'm streaming on YouTube as well, so the VOD will stay even after Twitch gets rid of it. I just like documenting this process because I don't know the potential usefulness that can come from this. And I know that it's better to have something and not need it than it is to need it and not have it. Because for a lot of people out there, obviously it's a lot of information to parse, and maybe I or somebody I hire or somebody else entirely against my without my knowledge will sift through all this data and come up with something that's actually useful for people who need that knowledge. It's been about 4.5 years, almost 5 years. I'm about to have my bottom surgery. Well, I'm glad that's helping. Yeah, sometimes Twitch can be annoying. It's been almost a 5-year process, and that's basically what ends up happening for most people, unless some people have a hard time committing. And that's, I mean, obviously everybody has the right, especially if they're only on hormones. Obviously surgeries are permanent, but a lot of people, unfortunately, feel very discouraged because of the way they're treated socially. And so they stop transitioning, but I'm going to tell people that if they're transitioning, you must commit to it. And don't let that just like discourage people. And I say that because what's going to happen, and what happens with the vast majority of people, is that people will detransition, quote unquote, but then like a couple of years later they'll start transitioning again. And if you really don't want to do that to yourself, because what happens is then not only do you have to mostly like just you not only do you have to like delay the process, there's medical concerns of like switching your hormones. It's you know, the switching of hormones is what does the most harm. You know, that's why it's such a gradual process. Hey Booper, you're starting jewel crafting. So my plan, I'm almost in Orgoro, so that's why I came to Tanaris, because I don't want to have to go to 2 different flight paths that are going to take extra time. We're already almost there. We got like we got 13 levels to go. But it's the shift in hormones. I mean, it is gradual, but it's the shift of hormones that causes problems. Like, for example, insulin. Insulin is a hormone. If you take too much insulin, I'm diabetic, so I know a lot about insulin and diabetes. If you take a lot of insulin, it'll shoot your blood sugar down really fast, and that can do a lot of harm to your it can just do a lot of harm to you. Or going up in blood sugar too fast. And similarly, if you constantly switch and flip around with hormone treatment, which some people will do, because there's a serious lack of knowledge and there's a serious lack of support. But the best thing to do is just flip it like a light switch. The absolute best thing to do is say, I know, because it took me 13 years of flipping back and forth in my head to finally just say, you know what, this isn't gonna fucking go away. This isn't something you can just go to the gym and work out and it'll go away. Or this isn't something that you could just join the army and like be a man about or whatever. This isn't something that works like that. It never will. It's not going to go away. If you feel this way, especially if it's so strongly that you start transitioning, cisgender people do not even remotely consider transitioning. So the fact that you're like going to a doctor to start hormones and transition, you're already invested. And obviously, of course, you need to be knowledgeable about your rights and stuff like that. You need to be very knowledgeable about the medical realities of it. You talk to your doctor about that. And the thing is it doesn't matter how good your doctor is, and this is where a lot of people get medicine wrong. It does not matter how good your doctor is if you don't know what you're doing. I cannot stress that enough. It does not matter how good your doctor is if you are not willing to do what your doctor asks of you. And everybody who has problems, and not just in trans medicine, anybody who has problems with any kind of health issues is because they fail to listen to their doctor. I guarantee it. Anything that happens in your life that is like is something bad with your health, that your doctor told you to do something and you didn't do it. That's like, I would say 99%, maybe there's better data out there, but I would say it's most likely an extremely high percentage of people who have issues after seeing a doctor. It's because they just didn't do what their doctor asked of them. And so like, you need to be proactive. Like anybody who's going through this, especially because this is such a serious commitment, but it's actually not that hard once you just flip the light switch. You're like, okay, I know this is something that I need. This is something that I've like struggled for a while, and tiptoeing around it, obviously that's going to happen. It's not a matter of if you want to tiptoe around. You literally will tiptoe around it. I don't know why people think that people just randomly wake up one day and like, I think I'm gonna start hormones. Like, nobody fucking does that. Every single person, I mean, I would bet real money that the vast, obviously it's not gonna be every single person. There might be the case for someone's like that, but I guarantee it. I guarantee you that the overwhelming majority of people who are transitioning have struggled with these thoughts and kept them to themselves and refused to accept them for long periods of time before they even went to the doctor. As soon as you're going to the doctor, it's because you're tired of doing that to yourself. And honestly, I don't know if there's any real way around it. All I can say is that if you're struggling with these thoughts, reach out to somebody. Don't keep it to yourself. Talk to somebody, and obviously don't talk to somebody who's going to hurt you. Talk to somebody who is going to be objective about it, like a doctor. Or go to, you can go to a support group too of people who are going through it. People who can give you, like people like me, who can give you the reality of the situation. Because the only people who think, I don't know why people think this, but there's so many people out there that just assume that trans people just want to trans everybody. And the reason some people are just really fucking weird and they say things a certain way, but what they actually mean is that they want people who are trans to feel like they're safe, to feel like they're going to be loved, not that they want to make people trans. I don't know why people think that that's what's going on. It's so weird. Like, why would anybody ever think that? The issue is not that people, not enough people are trans. It's that trans people feel afraid and they feel alone, and they feel like they can't transition because they feel pressured that if they transition, they won't be happy because they're like, maybe they're in a very conservative community. And that if they start transitioning, they'll be ostracized. But the thing is if all it takes for someone to stop loving you, or they'll claim they love you, but if all it takes is for someone to start hurting you is that you come out as trans and they don't like it, those people aren't worth it. People who love you and who matter are going to accept you no matter what you're struggling with. They may not understand it, but if somebody truly loves you, they'll be like, I don't get what you're going through, but I'm here with you through it. Because I'm going to be with you through, I may not be, obviously, having somebody who can go with you to like doctor appointments, that's something that's very special. Not everybody's going to have that. I've had to do this completely alone. But I wasn't alone because I had my doctors. I had my therapist. I had support groups. I had people who have gone through this and who are going through this with me. But I had no people in my, I've had family members, and family is like chosen family. So family that are related to me, as well as family that is you know, very close friends who have been here. They may not have been here for the medical part of it, but they're here for me. Those are the people you need to keep in your life. And anybody who's going through any kind of struggle in their life right now, I know that it hurts, and maybe there's a better way, but maybe there isn't. The best way I know how to get through whatever you're going through is to just admit that reality is not going to change, and to do whatever you have to do, no matter how difficult it is. With knowledge and with research and with, you know, support, obviously. But jumping around back and forth, that's only going to hurt you. And obviously, you know, no doctor is ever going to just like force you to be trans, like, or to go through hormones or anything like that. And no doctor is going to even prescribe you hormones without making sure that you understand the reality and that you understand the risks. And that takes a while. For an adult, it doesn't take as long, because you're an adult, you should know how to make your own decisions. You know, by the time you're considered an adult, I'm sorry, but if you made a bad decision because you did it too quickly and you thought this was going to be some magical cure that made your life better, and you find out that it's not, and then you're too afraid to commit to it, that's on you. And you know, honestly, don't blame everyone else for those people's you know, these people will you know, there's going to be detransitioners. And I guarantee you it's most likely because they felt like it was too hard, and they had a delusion in their mind about what was going to happen. I'm pretty sure that's what happened with probably every single detransitioner. And obviously there's going to be genuinely people who just aren't trans, who just like made a mistake. But I feel for them. My heart goes out to them. But if they're adults, and they are adults, then, you know, some of them may have been younger, but they don't prescribe. They're very careful when it comes to underage people in medicine. Like, they make sure you really know what you're getting yourself into, because you're so young, you know. But even if you, that argument aside, we let people drive cars at 16, and cars are like the leading cause of death from car accidents. So, like, anybody who tells me that nobody's old enough at 16 to start hormones, well, you're old enough to drive a fucking car, which can be like life-threatening every single time you get in the car. They could kill someone. They could die themselves. Like, that's a fucking huge fucking risk every single time they step in the car. With hormone treatment, they're working with the doctor. They're like discussing the reality. They're very careful about it. And it's like, and with adults, you know, they're still careful with it, but you're still a fucking adult. You can make your own decisions, and if you can't, that's your own fault. So don't go around, and you know, obviously I have compassion for people who, you know, were like, you know, made bad decisions or whatever. But I'm talking about the people who go around, you know, and grift and write entire books trying to make arguments that transgender medicine should be banned. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about normal people who are just normal and made bad decisions. My heart goes out to them. And my heart goes out to the people who are grifting as well. There's obviously something seriously wrong with them. If they just want everybody to suffer because something bad happened with them because they had a bad experience. But here's the thing. The reason why transitioning isn't some magical cure is because all it is just giving you yourself. And life doesn't fucking stop being life. You still have to live in the world. You're still a person. You still have responsibilities. There are still dangers. Life is not a fucking merry-go-round. I mean, it is, but like, it's not like this magical, like, you know, it's beautiful, but it's not like this magical happy place. It's reality. So anybody who thinks that transitioning is, and the reason it feels better is because now for the first time you're living authentically and you feel aligned with what your gender is. That's why it feels better. That's why you're happier. But you know, that kind of levels out after a while, and then you're just like everyone else, as miserable as everybody else. You know? But at least you're not like twice as miserable, right? What, the largest sea creature? Isn't there like there's like these big giant like whales, and there's like these big giant squids and shit. Sea creatures are fucking insane. Count Chocula, and welcome back. That's a rabbit hole to go down in YouTube. I mean, that's like a random shift in topic, but yeah, that's a random that's a really big rabbit hole to go down in YouTube of like giant sea creatures. Like, is that what are you watching videos about giant sea creatures lately, Chocula? Is that why you bring it up? No, I've watched videos of, like the ocean and outer space really fascinate me. Like, it's just, there's so much unexplored things out there, like, and there's like some especially deep sea creatures, stuff that like lives in high pressure and like in like sheer like pure darkness. Like, those kind of creatures fascinate me, and you like never see them. There's so much stuff down there in the ocean, and I like watching documentaries about it. It's just so fascinating. Like, octopi have such a like an intricate neural network connected to their tentacles. Each tentacle has its own individual system of neurons or whatever, that they're each individually controlled, and they will never get their tentacles stuck together. Like, they will never trip around their tentacles. They're constantly orchestrated their tentacles to always be like flowing in directions that will never get in the way of the other tentacles. Like 100% of the time. That's insane. Like, octopuses are fucking insane. Yeah, like I mean, the thing is like you can, we actually don't know. Obviously, when you say we, maybe you're talking about most people. Astronomers and astrophysicists are very much aware of how little we know about space. But we can explore the ocean and space at the same time. There's different fields of science. Some people are going to explore different fields. We need all of them. Like, we need people exploring the ocean, we need people exploring space, we need people exploring the human mind. The human mind is actually insanely unexplored. There's so much we don't understand about the human mind. And I feel like I think quantum computing is probably going to be something that's incidentally, like on accident actually, it's going to show us more about how human brains work. Because I feel like the way quantum computing works is probably a lot closer to how the human brain works than how, regular binary computers work. We don't know more about space than we do about our oceans. I don't know where you got that information. Space is insanely exponentially larger than the ocean. What are you talking about? There's absolutely no possible way that we can know more about space than the ocean. I don't know where you got that information. People say that, but it's like, we don't know more about space. We know way more about the ocean than we do about space. Are you kidding me? The ocean is only located within our planet. It's not true. It's a finite amount of space that is confined to our single planet. There is absolutely no way we know more about space than we do about the ocean. There's places of space that we've never even fucking knew existed. it's constantly expanding, and we don't even know if that's even happening. There's actually people who are arguing that it's actually not expanding, that it's just an illusion, that it's actually just like a finite amount of space. We do not know more about space than the ocean. I guarantee it. I don't know where you got that information, but it's wrong. It's not logically, it doesn't even logically make sense. Just think about it. Think about how small our Earth is compared to the sun. Would you say that it would take longer to explore the sun than it would take to explore the ocean? That would be 100% true. It would take longer to explore the sun than it would to take the Earth. So therefore, it would take insanely exponentially much longer to explore space. We haven't even left our solar system. What the fuck are you talking about? Where the fuck did you get this information? Just think about it. We haven't even left our solar system. The only thing that has is a probe, like Voyager, and it hasn't left the solar system. It's like pushed into like, it's not even at the Oort cloud yet. We have so much fucking we've explored, like, if our solar system is this is like just making me mad. Scale of the solar system compared to the ocean. Solar system diameter is estimated to be 200,000 astronomical units, or 30 trillion kilometers, which is 18.6 trillion miles. So, how many kilometers? How many square kilometers is Earth's ocean? 360 million square kilometers. So, which one's bigger? 360 million or 30 trillion? You tell me. Yeah, we can see space, but that doesn't mean we understand it. How much of outer space have been explored, have been observed? Just 5% of everything in the universe. That's everything that we've seen. And that's not even the same as exploring. How much of the universe is, how much percentage of the universe have we explored? No, that's... I'm talking about, have we had probes explore? We have not had 5%. They're talking about telescopes. I'm not talking about telescopes. I'm talking about actually having a probe physically. How much space has Voyager explored? So we have gone up to... Where is Voyager now? And that's the farthest we've ever gone. And then it's an unmanned mission. Currently in interstellar space, the region outside the heliopause. How much is how much percentage of space is our solar system compared to the rest of the visible universe? The observable universe's radius is estimated about 45 billion light years. Its total volume would be 37 with 31 zeros cubic light years. This makes our solar system as explored by Voyager be a 0.0000000000000000000000000001% of the observable universe. That's how far we've gone. That's how far we've gone. That infinitesimally small percentage is how far we have physically explored. It makes me angry that you think that it is anywhere near what we've explored, Earth's ocean. How much of Earth's ocean has been physically explored? We've covered 71% of the planet, only 5% of the ocean has been explored. 5%. 5% is bigger than this. Do you not understand? Do you not understand? No, you're confusing observing with exploring. Observing is not the same as exploring. James Webb Telescope is observing. It is not exploring. Do you not understand what exploring is? Our solar system has not even fully been explored, but I'm just saying how far. So it's even smaller than this. Because there is so much empty space in our solar system, we have absolutely never explored. Difference between exploration and observation. Exploring involves discovering new things such as new knowledge. Observing involves using our senses to look at objects, environments, interactions, and events carefully. We don't know more about space. There is so many fucking things out there. We've seen shit, but we've never fucking been there. We've seen things from millions of years in the past. Because of the way light travels, it's so much far in the past that what we're seeing, out of everything that we've seen, which is only about 5%, it's still not current. It's way in the past, like millions or billions of years in the past. And that's just seeing it from like a little teeny telescope. You know, like the James Webb Telescope. That's just observation of light. That is not the same as what we know about the future. What do we know about the ocean? Like we know fucking like a shit ton. Like we can like do like sonar. We can take sediment. We can like analyze the water. We can like send like devices down there. There's so much fucking shit we can do that we cannot do in space at this moment. The most we've done is we sent a fucking probe to just glide out into the outer space and go through the solar system, and we don't even have access to the data anymore. When did we lose contact with Voyager 1? We don't even have the data it collects anymore. July 31st, 2023, NASA says Voyager is still in contact with Earth. Oh, it still is? I thought we lost when are we gonna lose contact? So it's still in contact, but there's like no data. Well, what data do we receive from Voyager 1? Studied the weather, magnetic fields, and rings of the two gas giants and was the first probe to ever detail images of their moons. That's it. That's the only data we've collected. And that's the farthest probe that we have barely even goes to an infinitesimally small percentage of the entire observable universe. We've seen 5% of the observable universe using telescopes, but that's very limited data. How much data have we collected on the ocean? More than 2 million data profiles on ocean temperature and salinity. Expanding our knowledge of ocean health is like there's so much we can do because it's located on our own planet. Are you fucking stupid? We can't send somebody out to Jupiter to collect rock samples. Yeah, they're not, the depths are 95% unexplored, but I don't think you're seeing the big picture. Science is not just about exploration. It's not just about observing. In space, we've observed 5%. And we've only observed 5% of the ocean. But there's so much data that we can physically collect because all you have to do, anybody could just go to the ocean and literally put their hands in the fucking water. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I don't know where this fucking claim came from. It doesn't make any sense. I have no idea where people are getting this. It doesn't make any sense. There's a lot to explore, but I think that this is such a fucking dumbed down. Like who even said that? Where'd that even come from? Ocean-wise? Who wrote this? I'm sure that's an extremely fucking dumbed down statement. People say this all the fucking time because some scientist said it. Who said we know more about space than we do about the ocean? By the way, scientists are constantly arguing this kind of shit, so don't think that just because a scientist said it, that it's true. Dr. Anya Waite, it's sad that we know more emotion about the ocean. That's a very simplified statement. The actual data would tell you it's much more complicated than that. Some deep sea scientists argue that the vast amount of research about the deep sea in recent decades is minimized by its persistent estrangement. People who say we know more about space than we do about the ocean are dumb. That's an unpopular opinion. Space would include other planets and their living beings and their own oceans, and we have not explored or seen it all. So if we haven't explored, think about it this way. I need to get out a fucking, I need to get out a paint tool. This is really fucking annoying me that people think this. This is so fucking annoying me that people actually believe this. Just think about it for a second. Think about it. Let me get this connected. Like, use a process of logical reasoning. Space includes, okay, I need to get this connected first. Come on, why is it not working? God damn it. Ugh. Now it's like trying to connect with Bluetooth. It was working the other day. Here we go. Now it's working, or it should be in a second. There we go. Okay, so let's open up a blank note and save as strap 2024 01 27 Saturday. Okay, think about this. Just use logic reasoning. Okay, if this is our planet, like this is Earth, and this is Earth's ocean, and we've only explored like 5%. And this is space. And we've only explored 5%. Which one is bigger? Earth or space? What is 5% of 100? 5% of 100 is 5. So 0.05 times 100 equals 5. What is 5% of 1,000? .05 times 1,000 is 50. Or I mean, yeah. So 5 compared 5 out of 100, 5 out of 1,000. Oh, 50 out of 1,000. I mean, okay, that's a bad example. So basically, if you have 5% of this explored, quote unquote, which is debatable, and we're not even going to get into that. But then, if you think about it this way, if we've only explored 5% of Earth's ocean, and you have Earth right here. Let's not include this is going to be a chunk. Like this is space, and this is the 5% explored, and this is all of it. This is all of space explored. This is all the space we've explored. And if this is Earth, and this is Mars, this is Jupiter, this is like these, there's all these other planets here. There's all these other planets. There's like thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of planets just in the observable universe that we've observed. And we've only explored 5% of our ocean. How much percent of these oceans have we explored? How much percent of these oceans have we explored? Can you tell me that? So if we haven't even explored Earth's ocean, how the fuck can you tell me that we've explored more space than Earth? How the fuck can you say that? It doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Shut the fuck up. Stop parroting something that you heard some scientists say in an offhand comment randomly in a very limited, like very like just generalizing way of just what that person meant was that we've observed in comparison 5% when we've only really observed 5% of our own ocean. But there's infinitely more scientific data that we can possibly collect on an ocean that we physically live on its own planet than oceans in different planets. Think about it. If we haven't even explored all of the ocean, how can we explore oceans on planets we've never even set foot on? Think about it. Think about it. Happy Saturday, Didalo. Your sound went out. The Earth's round. Just because a scientist says a statement, that statement is a overgeneralization of a bunch of complicated data. Well, fuck you too, Count Chocula. Jesus Christ. Shut the fuck up. Psalm 104, he set the earth on its foundations. It can never be moved. Oh my god. Just think about it. If we haven't explored our ocean, how could we have possibly explored Mars? How could we have explored Jupiter and all of its moons? We've like seen them with probes. That doesn't mean we've explored them. The quality of exploration matters, because the quality of exploration in the ocean is significantly higher, because we can actually like collect sediment samples. Like we can collect samples. We can't collect samples in Jupiter. Every single probe we've sent into Jupiter's atmosphere has burned down because of the pressure and because of just the atmosphere. We can no longer collect the data, even if it did survive, because of like interference. We can collect so much more data on Earth than we can on other planets. Anybody who thinks otherwise, just think about it. If we have such limited understanding of our own ocean, how could we possibly understand a different planet's ocean? Think about it. You can't. People have been to the depths of the ocean. We haven't been to all the depths. What I'm talking about is the ocean as a whole. We have collected significantly more higher quality data about the ocean, because you can literally collect ocean samples, like sediment rocks, and put them into a laboratory. Can we collect Jupiter's gases and put it into a laboratory at this moment? Can we go to the core of a planet? And we can't go to the core of our own planet. How could we possibly go to millions and millions and millions of other planets? There's significantly more space than ocean. You can't say that there's more ocean on the planet than there is universe, because we're inside the universe. And the Earth is a finite space. Think about it. Not all scientists agree on this, by the way. Some people will say that we know more about space than we do about the ocean. Only a couple of people have said that, and it was also just a statement. That wasn't like a scientific determination. That's just like a statement. Like, now you're getting into semantics. Like, oh yeah, you can't get samples from the greater depths of the ocean. But the thing is we're much more likely to be able to do that than we're able to go to fucking Jupiter and take samples from their deepest oceans in different moons. Like, are you serious? We'd have to send unmanned spacecraft. with like significant time delay. It takes like a year to get to Mars. We have sent like 0 human beings to Mars. We have human beings like 8 billion people on our own planet. How many scientists have studied the ocean? That's not what I asked. How many people are oceanographers? Several thousand marine scientists are busy at work in the United States. Several thousand. How many people have set foot on Mars? How many? No human has walked on Mars. There it is. There it is. How many humans have been to Pluto? No. No human has been to Pluto. Do you understand what I'm talking about here? Am I crazy? Am I crazy to think that we've explored way more of Earth's ocean than we have outer space? When other planets have oceans, how many terrestrial planets have oceans? Earth is the only known planet with stable bodies local on Earth surface. Okay. Other terrestrial planets. How many planets in the universe? Well, they're talking about our solar system. They're talking about our solar system. I'm talking about the entire. How many planets in the universe have oceans? Yeah, so at least in our own solar system, Saturn's moons Titan and Enceladus, Jupiter's moons Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto, Neptune's moons Triton, and Pluto is thought to have a subsurface ocean about 100 kilometers deep. Have we? And we've never set foot on any of these places. So if we haven't explored our own ocean, we also haven't explored these oceans. And these are just, and last time I checked, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 is greater than 1. Last time I checked, 7 is greater than 1. 7 is greater than 1. And if that's just our solar system, how many planets have we discovered in the universe? As of January 2024, there are 5,572 confirmed exoplanets and 4,145 planetary systems, with 942 systems having more than one planet. And these were just discovered by a telescope. Nobody has set foot on these places. So saying we know more about space than we do about our own fucking planet is so fucking condensed and compressed and generalized that it is absolutely meaningless. It's like, what is this? Margin of error. What if you explain margin of error? So if you say a statement and it's correct with like a 90% margin of error, that means that you are, like, on both sides, Like that, if you have something that says it's different, if you say something with 1% margin of error, it means that if you, okay, I need to draw this. Oh, I already put that away. If you have something that is 1% margin of error, that means 0.5%, it could be wrong. If you say something that could be right with 1% margin of error, that something could be right by 0.5% wrong this way or 0.5% this way. If you say something with 50% margin of error, it means you can say something, but there's like a 25% chance this way the data is over here, or a 25% chance the data is over here. So there's like a 50% chance that you're wrong. If we don't have enough data about that, like how much data is 5% of the observable universe? How do we estimate that we know only 5%? That's Quora. Fuck that. According to NASA, the observable universe is only 5% of the universe. The rest of the universe is made up of dark energy and dark matter. The 5% of them is the matter density. That means that if you look at any... Like, this is very oversimplified. It's really hard to get into this without really getting into the fucking science. And none of us fucking know that. And there's so much fucking studies and data to go through that even the scientists involved don't necessarily know exactly how to answer this question. Like the law, but like, I don't know, it's just insane to me that people think that we've explored more of space than the ocean. The ocean only exists on our planet. Like, and we haven't even observed other we haven't even set foot on other planets. I don't know why people would think this. Well, that's what I was saying. Count Chocula was saying we know more about space than we do about ocean. And knowing requires you to explore something and observe it, and not just observe it, but also study it and research it and collect data. And there's data that we can collect on Earth that is significantly higher quality data, because you can have a lot of data with telescopes. But is that data the same as getting an actual physical sample? Like think about it. If you can actually go into the ocean and collect sediment rock, that is significantly higher quality of data than a telescope observing a little kind of blip in a star system that's like a little shine of light from like billions and billions of light years away. And yeah, obviously we can see further and further and higher quality with the James Webb telescope. It's still a telescope. It's still just light being reflected over and it's light that existed millions and millions of years ago. So that's not even where those things are anymore. It's just insane to me. It's insane to me why somebody would ever just assume that because some scientists said that we know more about space than we do about the ocean. That is severe oversimplification. And I wish more people would actually investigate things. Doesn't mean that I'm right. It just means that just basic logic and reasoning point to that being an insanely stupid statement. Because Earth, it's like, if you've been on a football field, is a football field bigger or smaller than the ocean? Ugh. Nice, all my silver ore sold. Okay, 10 more levels and we can go to Ngoro. Not convinced at all that we know more about the ocean than the universe. I wasn't talking. I was talking about Count Chocula. Like, Count Chocula came in here reading a science fiction novel and thinking, you know, loosely, like maybe watched a few YouTube videos or read a few articles about space and the ocean and just assumes that this is a factual statement. It's not a factual statement. It was an offhand comment that was actually meant, I think, yo, you make me want to play WoW? Well, then go log in. I'm on Grobulus on Wrath of the Lich King on Alliance. Yeah, so like... I don't know how you cannot be convinced that we know more about the ocean than the universe. The universe is... The scale of the universe is such insanely larger than our own planet. So insanely bigger. The distance between the Earth and the sun, let alone the sun and the next star that you know, the next star in our local part of the universe, in our own galaxy, and that's not counting the other galaxies. Like there's like millions and millions and millions of things that we've only seen like a small portion of light from, and that's only recently because of the James Webb Telescope. It's not that I know, it's that I'm using basic logic. Like Big Bang Theory. We know nothing about the Big Bang Theory because we didn't observe it. We can actually go into the ocean physically. The data we can collect is significant. It may be 5% explored, but that exploration has yielded much higher quality data than anything that we have in space. Just think about it. We have not even set foot on Mars. Well, I mean, as far as the Area 51 bullshit, I don't fucking know about that. Obviously, governments and shit are always keeping things from us, and sometimes that's most of the time that's a security risk. But that's a completely different thing, because obviously we don't know what we don't know. We only have access to the same kind of public knowledge as anybody else. The only people who have more knowledge are people who are like military personnel and shit. So that's a non-argument, because everybody else who just has access to the internet has the same exact access to knowledge as anyone else. So we have been to significant portions of the ocean, but it's not about whether we've been there or not. It's that we've collected data of like actual physical samples, that you can put like devices in the ocean that will collect samples. You can do sonar that will give you like, you know, you can measure seismic activity. There's all sorts of things we can do because we're physically present on our own planet. We haven't set foot on Mars. We haven't set foot on Saturn's or Jupiter's moons. And that's just our solar system. And our solar system compared to the entire galaxy, and our galaxy compared to the entire neighborhood of galaxies. It's not agree to disagree. You're just fucking wrong. That's all there is to it. Yeah, Trump has all the secrets, of course. Yeah, Trump knows everything. Of course. It's not about agree to disagree. You can say that a number is 6, and you can say that a number is 9, and the answer of, oh, both of them are right. No, there is one fucking answer. One person is right, and one person is wrong. Shut the fuck up. How can you possibly argue that we can know more data about something using a telescope than we can about physically going to the planets that exist in the galaxy? How can we possibly know more with a mirror that collects light than actually going to these planets and collecting physical data? Tell me. Tell me. If you can tell me how we can know more with visible telescope data than physically being on the locations of these planets and physically being in these nebulae and physically being in outer space in general, then I'm all ears. But you can't. I'm right, you're wrong. It's as simple as that. And if you think you're right, well then you're a fucking stupid idiot. You're a fucking moron. Yeah, I'm mining. I'm almost ready to go to Ungora Crater. I mean, it's an interesting discussion. I'm just like, I don't understand why people are so unwilling to look at basic logic. It's not a belief. That's what that's what I'm talking. It's not a belief. It's a fact. It's not a belief, it's logic, it's reasoning. Do you not understand the difference between logic and opinions and beliefs? It's like believing that the Earth is round is not a belief, it's a fact, collected from data. But the quality of data matters, and obviously we've collected data on the Earth. We've observed Earth. Because we live on Earth, and we have scientists in the multitude of thousands more who are here on Earth than we do in outer space. So the quality of data is much more on our own planet because it's much smaller, and because we're locally, physically located here. The quality of data matters. The quality of data we have on space is significantly lower quality. We have a lot of data, but is that data as reliable as the data we have on our own ocean? I don't think it is. And it makes sense that it isn't, because otherwise we'd be able to, if we could study the ocean just by looking through an oscilloscope and we didn't have any other data. I don't know how to, if all we had about the ocean was like somebody diving into the ocean with some goggles, then maybe I would say that we know more about space than the ocean, because we have much more significant tools for observing light in the universe, because that's the only way we can observe the universe, because we can't physically be there. But if you're going to tell me that with all the quality of data that we have in the ocean, with all of that quality of data compared to the singular quality of data, we have multiple ways to study the ocean. We only have one way to study space outside of physically sending a probe. And the probe that we've sent has barely even covered like a fraction of 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 the observable universe. Just remember, anytime you Google search, your quality of search is only as good as the citations it used. If you search something and you got it from Quora, from an anonymous user, that's not as good as if it's like, you know, it doesn't mean you shouldn't trust citations. What I'm saying is you can just deduce this from basic logical reasoning without any scientific knowledge whatsoever. And you know, so believe whatever you want, it's wrong. It's like believing the earth is flat. You're just wrong. Yeah, luckily we're almost 245 and we can go to Ungoro. It's just Hinterlands and Tanaris, just both really sparse. Yeah, obviously people are gonna get mad when they're like just, you know, get challenged on something just because they heard some scientists say it, and they're like, they say the same thing over and over and over again, and everyone says this. They're like, you know that we've explored more space than we have the ocean. It's like really? We have had 0 humans set foot on Mars. Let alone all the planets in our own solar system. And the solar system is infinitesimally smaller than our galaxy. And we don't even know, like, we haven't even counted every single star in the universe. We have not even counted every single planet in the universe. And you know, like, obviously we've collected a lot of visual data, but that's not the same. It's like, how are you gonna measure this data? It just doesn't make any sense, because all of these planets include oceans. And if we barely explored 5% of our own ocean, And then we've explored 0% of Mars's ocean. 0% of Saturn's moon's oceans. 0% of Jupiter's moon's oceans, like, and Pluto. Like it's like this basic reasoning. And that's not even like going into the finer details with this, with like, you know, scientific data and with people who are experts on this. This is why people wouldn't take the COVID vaccine, by the way, is because people are so fucking dumb. Or like, you know, you have to really ask yourself, like, if somebody says like, oh, I didn't take the, I couldn't take the vaccine because I had an underlying health condition. I'm like, okay, that's understandable. But did you say that or your doctor? Like, did you come up with that conclusion or did your doctor come up with that conclusion? Because I bet you they just read something on the internet and they decided that without even talking to a doctor. Or their doctor told them to take the vaccine. I mean, I'm sure there are people who, like, a doctor said, yeah, it's not safe for you at this time to take the vaccine. But I'm sure that's the vast majority of people who said they couldn't take the vaccine because of an underlying condition. I would bet real money that the vast majority of people who said that were self-diagnosing. Yeah, I don't know. It's a fascinating topic. Making people mad, and it's not even 10 in the morning. You know, they'll figure it out. I'm not calling scientists idiots. I'm saying that you're judging that based on a generalized statement from a few scientists. That's more of a sentimental statement, basically saying that, like, I don't understand how you can't see what I'm saying. That if we have not explored 5% of our own ocean, and we have not even set foot on Mars, which also has, like, an ocean, or might have an ocean, if we have not even explored these other planets in our own solar system, how could you possibly say that we know more about space? It doesn't make sense. Like, think about it. Why would that, in what world would that make sense? Like, obviously we agree that we only explored a very small percentage, like 5% of our own world's ocean. So it would stand to reason that if we've only explored 5% of our own ocean, that we've explored 0% of every other ocean out there. I have no idea about the 2024 Mars mission. I'm not talking about specific missions or anything. I'm just talking about basic reasoning. What is your belief, Booper? What is your belief? You said you're over that. You're not convincing me. I have my own belief. What is this belief you're talking about? A belief that would counter that because we have not explored 5% of our ocean, how could we have possibly explored more oceans in planets that we haven't even set foot on? Let alone just the terrestrial, like, physical locations of those planets, let alone all the nebulae and all the empty space and all the other kind of like gases and what do you call it? Radiation that exists out in the universe. No, I'm not saying that single statement because that statement doesn't mean anything. Your belief is the ocean has not been explored more than the universe, but what I'm saying is the definition of explored is extremely nebulous, pun intended. The definition of explored is very inaccurate when you compare the data, the quality of data that we have on our own planet is much higher quality than the data that we have on space, because the data we have on space is mostly limited to visible data from telescopes. So if the only and we can't put a telescope into another planet's ocean. Like we've observed very little of other planets, and last time I checked, planets are part of space. So if we can't put devices and like data collectors into other planets without them burning up, without them crashing, without them, like, you know, losing contact so that we don't have access to the data, if we can't do that, then all we have are like telescope data. And like we've collected very little amount of data using like probes, satellites that have traveled to Saturn or traveled to Jupiter or traveled to Venus. We've had very little data comparatively. It's because we don't have enough of we definitely care. What do you mean? People spend their entire career studying the ocean. What are you talking about? There are thousands of people studying the ocean. There are also thousands of people studying space. You can have people studying one thing who are specialists in one field of science, and also have people who are studying another field of science at the same time. Silent science. You can have people studying things at the same time. People say like, oh, why are we studying space? Why don't we explore the ocean? People are exploring the ocean. There's just it's a very different exploration, because even though it's located on our own planet, we don't have the kind of ability to explore the deepest depths of the ocean because of just lack of the physical reality of that kind of pressure. The reason we can, you know, but we have explored significantly less space, because space is astronomically, pun intended, astronomically larger. We have not even had a single person go to Mars. Like, it just doesn't make any sense why this isn't making sense. Yeah, I mean, obviously we can't drill an oil well as deep as the ocean. Like, we can't drill into the Earth's core. Like, there's technology we don't have. But do you understand that we can collect physical samples of the ocean? Like, there's evidence of the ocean that, like, rises up. We can look from, like, hundreds of years ago, or thousands of years ago, or millions of years ago. There's deeper stuff, and we can't get to that yet. But we're still physically here on this planet. We're not physically on Mars. We can send like drones. Like we can send like drones to Mars. That's it. So to say that the quality of data that we have on space is significantly more than the ocean, or even comparably the same, it's just like we have a lot of telescope data and a very limited amount of probe data. But even probe data is very limited because we can't physically go to Mars and study the samples. We can't, you know, we have like surface level rovers that like fall apart. We don't have people drilling into Mars to study the sediment. Your niece is an oceanographer? That's awesome. And of course, an oceanographer or an astrophysicist or an astronomer is going to believe that they know more than the other one because they do it for a living. And yeah, obviously they have more information, but there's a point where it's just like you do kind of like it is at some point it's kind of a bias. Obviously, you know more. I know less than a scientist. But I can use basic reasoning to say that the Earth is a lot smaller than our solar system, and our solar system is a lot smaller than the galaxy, and the galaxy is much smaller than a neighborhood of galaxies, and a neighborhood of galaxies is much smaller than the entire universe. And to say that we've explored 5% of the entire universe is a huge overestimation, because your definition of explored is very generous right there. Yeah, I don't think it's that we don't really care. I mean, that question obviously comes from a place of people ask, like, why are we exploring space when we have problems on Earth? Like, people will say stuff like that. And it makes sense, but it's just like, if you have somebody who is a mathematician and you have somebody who is a philosopher, those people are not going to be doing anything else. Like, a mathematician is going to be focusing on math. A philosopher is going to be focusing on philosophy. You can do both at the same time. That's where that response came from. I'm not going to write a letter and tell them they are wrong, because they'd probably agree with me anyway. They'd probably give a better answer than I would. But obviously the specifics are not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about just the basic concept that how could we possibly know more about something just through telescope data than actually physically being here and collecting samples? That's preposterous. If we went to Mars and we started studying Mars, then I could say maybe we know more about space than we do now. But in the end of the day, obviously we need to know more. Like, it's I mean, it's like you're getting into like a semantic argument. I mean, I don't know if they would agree with me. What I'm saying is, like, I'm pretty sure they would agree with the statement that Earth is smaller than the universe. I mean, can you agree on that? Can you agree that the Earth is smaller than the universe? Like, people have a really hard time understanding the scale of this. Like, how big our ocean is compared to the Earth. Like, 71% of our Earth is ocean. Like, so just think on a local scale, if you're just talking about the ocean compared to the Earth, the Earth is comprised of 71% ocean. And if we've only explored 5% of the ocean, think about how little we've explored space. And to say that we should and this assumption is all riding on the original statement of, it's sad that we know more about the ocean than we do about space. That original statement that started this whole conversation is based on a misconception that we're studying space instead of the ocean. which is not true because we're studying both. So this whole conversation is based on a lie. It's this lie that people think that because we're studying space that we're not studying the ocean. That's absolutely ridiculous. Why are we in outer space when we have problems here on Earth? When we haven't even gotten rid of poverty. It's like, okay, well, you're gonna wait until we solve poverty before we study something when somebody's entire expertise, their entire career is based on studying a thing? Are they just gonna sit there and twiddle their thumbs while we wait to get our shit together? No, they're gonna go and study it because that's what progress is. It's not perfection. It's progress, not perfection. Like, you're getting into a semantic argument here. You're saying like, oh, well, you know, technically 5% is the same as 5%, but is it? Like, if you seriously think about it, is the 5% that we know about the universe the same quality of knowledge that we know about the ocean? Because I think we know a whole lot higher quality data about the ocean than we do about space. Astrophysicists and astronomers are working with, like, reflections of light on a mirror. Oceanographers can actually put a boat or a submarine into the ocean. A non, like, you know, like, James Cameron can buy a fucking submarine and go down as a hobby to study the depths of the ocean. Last time I checked, James Cameron hasn't gone out. James Cameron hasn't gone into outer space and set foot on Mars. I mean, maybe I'm not up to date with the news. That's all I was arguing. I'm not trying to say that, like, that the nebulous generalized statement is factual or not, because that's ridiculous. Because it's such a general statement, it's like lost all meaning. Oh, we've explored more space than we have the ocean. Like what does that even mean? It's just something somebody said that people repeat. It's not based on any, like, actual comparative evidence. Like, I mean, there might be, like, an actual, like, has anyone actually investigated this claim? Has anyone actually investigated, like, comparatively? Like, I mean, I feel like this would be a waste of time, but it wouldn't be a waste of time for some kind of, like, comparison, or whatever you want to call them. Somebody who would be able to determine the answer to this. We need to create a whole subset of science just to settle this argument. I'm gonna pour millions of dollars into this problem because we need to settle the score, Booper. We need to know who's right. But let's stop talking and let's stop playing WoW until we solve this. Let's not do anything with our lives until we answer this question. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm not saying they don't know what they're talking about. I'm saying you don't know what you're talking about. There's a difference. I'm saying neither of us knows what they're talking about. I'm not talking about, okay, explored and charted. What does that actually entail? And a scientist would have to explain that, because they have all the data and they can interpret the data. Stephen Hawking doesn't know what he's talking about? He's dead, first of all, so definitely he doesn't know what he's talking about because he's dead. Because he's not talking. And also he had a degenerative disease, so... So if you don't know anything about about oceanography, and you don't know anything about astronomy or astrophysics, how can you possibly claim that Stephen Hawking didn't know what he was talking about? That doesn't make any sense. You don't know enough to be able to make that claim. But I can deduce from reasoning that Earth is smaller than the universe. Now, maybe if you made some kind of side-by-side scale of like, is what we know about the Earth comparatively less or more than the scale, you know, if we scale things down to a comparatively thing, maybe you might have an argument. But then you'd have to have like a, you know, an aggregate of data to be able to compare that. And I don't think anybody is wasting their time on that. So I don't really think that there is a statement that can, I don't think that statement is scientifically sound. I'm not saying they're not experts in their field. I'm saying that no scientist is seriously investigating this question. And so the data we have, it's just a statement that is mainly just to indicate how little we know. That's basically why people say that. People say it to kind of spread the knowledge that there's so little we know. That's why they say it. And did you say Stephen Hawkins or Stephen Hawking? So I don't know who Stephen Hawkins is. Like, you're arguing something that I'm not even arguing about. I'm trying to tell you that the reasoning that we could possibly know more about the ocean than we do, which is physically located on our own planet, is possibly less than something that we've only observed with telescopes, is absolutely absurd. And you would need to provide extraordinary evidence to convince me that we do that. And I do not believe any scientist has that kind of information, let alone, you know, a guild member from World of Warcraft on my stream. Like, are you serious? Like, can we agree on that much? Like, I love these kind. I haven't had a debate like this since high school. This is kind of great. I love it. I'm having a great time. All right, 5 more levels, and then we can finally go to over to Ungoro. Like, if we don't even know exactly what we're talking about, how can we even possibly agree or disagree? Because we're both talking about different things. Do you understand what I'm saying? I have not been able to explain to you properly that what I'm saying is not what you're saying. And so obviously we're not going to agree on it if the thing that you're saying is not what I'm saying. And I'm sure scientists argue about this as well. So there is no unified belief within science. People disagree over really small minutia all the time. But at the end of the day, it's the sweeping strokes that matter, which is why people say things like, we know more about the ocean than we do about space, because the general public will not be able, it's more useful to say something like that than to say, well, ... data point. Like, it's much more useful to say something that's very generalized. But we actually, that's a statement that can't really be confirmed, because you'd have to make a comparative you'd have to make a comparison between the quality of data and scale the Earth to the universe, saying, okay, comparatively, how much of the ocean is, you know, how much of the Earth do we understand, and how much of the ocean do we understand? And then we have to say, okay, how much of the universe do we understand? And how much don't we understand? And then you'd have to like find all the data and say, okay, well, is this quality of data the same kind of quality? Do we really know about this? Or like, what's our margin of error? And like the data that we have on the ocean, what's the margin of error on that? And then you'd have to like calculate based on the scale rather than the amount, because obviously the scale is going to be what matters, because obviously Earth is smaller than the universe. And then you'd have to determine, do we actually know less about the ocean? Like that's an insanely monumental task, and I doubt anybody would want to actually do that. Yeah, because that's how you have discussions. You can't have a discussion about a nebulous idea that can't really be quantified. You have to go down into the very specific details. I filtered it down to be right. No, I'm right because I drew a conclusion based on a single supposition. And if you collect enough data, then you can come into a closer understanding. But the only way to do that, you can't just like, it's like, it's like if, I don't know, it's like if you're going to go do something like go to the gym. Are you going to be more efficient just kind of like randomly lifting weights here and there, like maybe jogging for a few seconds and then like lifting a weight like halfway, and like, or are you going to do better if you singularly target a muscle and do exercises for a specific set of times, a specific like, you know, frequency, and then you move on to another muscle group and you do that, and you just do one at a time systematically until you have a whole workout. Because you can't really break down, you can say, I went to the gym today to work out. But really, like, what does that even mean? Well, I went to the gym and I ran on the treadmill for 20 minutes, and then I went to the dumbbells and I lifted and worked my biceps. Then I did some curls to work my core and abdomen, and then, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff that is actually what working out is. When you say something like, I went to the gym to work out, that can mean 3 million different things to like 10 different people, right? So when you say something like, we know more about space than we do about ocean, what does that actually mean? That's what I'm trying to get at. Like, it doesn't really, it's kind of devoid of meaning. And really what people saying, the reason people say stuff like that is it's because people underestimate how much we know. I mean, they overestimate how much we know. We do know a lot, like scientists do. I mean, I don't really know a lot, but scientists know a lot. But what they do know is still insanely infinitesimally small compared to what we need to know. That is why people say that statement. Because people underestimate the scale of, let alone, I mean, if we don't understand our ocean, basically, I think the conclusion is that, the intended conclusion is that if we don't even know 5% about our ocean, then what we know about space must be insanely smaller. And that, like, even though we've explored 5%, put in perspective what 5% is. Like, 5% is so it's not about like, oh, do we know more? It's not a competition of like, do we know more about space or do we know more about ocean? Like, that's not what it's about. It's not a fucking football game. Okay? It's about, like, in both oceanography and marine biology and in astrophysics and astronomy and cosmology or whatever, we do not know like anything near what it seems like we know. That's what that statement was said for. Like, it's trying to explain to people in very short, concise, like very, very layman terms that there's more that we need to know. That's why people, like, that's the reason why somebody would say that. Not as like a scientific data, you know, like, oh yeah, scientists know that we only, like, it's not like that. Like, there's no reason to actually know that answer. Because what would it even solve? It would just solve an argument that we're having on Twitch. That's all it would solve. Like, what's the score? Like, that's like really? Like, is it so important that we know who knows more than who? Like, or should we just like, you know, settle on the fact that we just don't know a lot? And of course, we're having this conversation as we're in the sand dunes. This is definitely a sand dune conversation. It's like it's such a barren wasteland. And now my coffee got cold. You know, microwave it. Yeah, I mean, all I'm really gonna say, like, to really kind of like, you know, I'm obviously not a fucking scientist. I don't know anything except for like just basic, you know, logic and reason. And that doesn't mean that I'm right. What I'm trying to say is it's gonna be pretty damn hard to convince me that we know more about a giant, endless space that we've only observed with telescopes than it is about something that we have literally like lived on. That's all I'm saying. Now maybe somebody could actually convince me, but it would take like an actual scientist, not a member of chat. Because my reasoning and my logic, even if it's false, is like the logic that I'm using in and of itself, which I don't know if that's very useful, but the logic in and of itself is pretty damn hard to debunk. Because I don't know how you can convince me that 1 is larger than 2. That's just false. However, that doesn't mean it's that I'm right. Because that's all I can argue. I can't argue science because I don't have the science. I could read about it, but the science is like the available information, at least at a surface level, is very limited. And it was like, you know, boiled down to like an answer on Quora. That's some random person like me would have put up on the internet, or some journalist, or some, you know, maybe a scientist said something very loosely about it. if I really wanted to get into this answer, I would have to go into scholarly articles, observe the data, and compare the data between the two, and then scale it based on the Earth, based on scaled to itself, compared to the universe scaled to itself. And I would have to, like, you know, say, okay, the quality of data, but even that, at a surface level, if I say, is the data that we have of physical data from a planet that we exist on going to be more high quality than data observed from a telescope? And I don't think that data observed on a telescope is anywhere near the quality of data that we have on the ocean, as far as quality of data goes. But that might actually not matter if the breadth of data outweighs the quality of data. So somebody would have to, in order to answer this question, you would need 2 scientists at least from both fields, and like an intermediary scientist who's like really good, like a data analyst scientist to work with them in order to solve this. And I'm just saying, neither one of us can solve this. But what we can solve are basic, like, logic and reasoning agreements or disagreements, because one of us is right and one of us is wrong as far as that's concerned. And you don't need the kind of scientific data in order to resolve that. And so I know I'm right on that basic logic, but whether it means anything is a different story. That's all I was saying. I'm not mad. I don't know. I hope that you don't think I'm mad. I mean, I enjoyed these kind of discussions. I mean, that was pretty fun. It reminded me of when I was in high school. It got a little heated there. I mean, it's intellectually stimulating. In the end of the day, I think the conclusion is that this is a really fascinating topic. That's what I got out of this. I don't know what you got out of it, or if you just unfollowed me. I don't know. I don't care. You gotta stress test the relationship. Anyway, that was kind of like a ridiculous discussion. I hope I didn't kill the vibes of the stream. Maybe some people found it fascinating. I don't know. I made someone mad. I mean, I don't know. It's an anonymous user on the internet named Count Chocula. Fuck you, asshole. I never insulted you. Never watch your channel again. I didn't say that he insulted me. Classic. I can't believe we're finally doing actual content problems or actual stream problems now, instead of like problems that are like based on like, you know, like my mental health. We're actually now having problems that other streamers have, like just normal, like getting into arguments about like, you know, stuff that we know nothing about. That's great. I love that. We're finally at that stage. Oh man, I'm such an asshole. I love it. Is Count Chocula gonna go on Twitter and talk about how much of an asshole I am now? 241. 4 more levels. We got a good amount of mithril, jeez. These are 134 gold a stack. 135 gold. $242. Oh, and true silver. Even more expensive than mithril.
Welcome to the Enrichment Center. First up,
Cave Johnson.
conversion gel.
Oh, Johnson.
Will that give you lemons? Make lemonade. Let's all stay positive and do some science. Yes, sir. Lemon. You may have heard we're going to phase out human testing. There's still a few things left to wrap up, though. The bean counters told me we literally could not afford to buy $7 worth of moon rocks, much less 70 million. Bought them anyway. Ground them up, mixed them into a gel. Guess what? Ground up moon rocks are pure poison. I am deathly ill.
Yeah? Yeah, Cat Jam. Oh yeah, hey, what's up, Q-Cox? How you doing? You're back from Dark and Darker?
Paying bills.
I'm glad you were here. We had a really fun discussion earlier about whether or not we've actually explored more space than the ocean. I believe it's logically impossible that we could possibly understand more about the space than an ocean, because this Earth is a finite amount of space that is much smaller than the entire universe. And there is actually no hard evidence to suggest either direction, but some scientists have said that we do know more about space than we do about the ocean. But I think they're only saying that because they're trying to express the depth of how seriously lacking of information we have about the ocean, and not because they're trying to have some kind of hard evidence of how much we know. So I think that in order to actually know that, you would be able to, you would need to have like an actual serious scientific investigation into whether or not that's true. But Count Chocula, I think I lost a viewer, and Booper, I think, got a little bit upset. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think it was a stimulating conversation, and if you want to check it out, you could always go back in the VOD. But I hope you have a good night's sleep. We're just chilling, listening to some music, and leveling up mining, and we're almost ready to move on over here to Ungoro Crater. And I've collected a whole bunch of mithril. Yeah, you can't put a telescope in the ocean. Yeah, so they both have merits. Like, this discussion yielded some information I think is important for the furthering of this discussion. So the discussion brought to light, so to speak, that the quality of data matters, and I believe the quality of data matters. That is my belief, and I think it's true. That while we can put a telescope in to see space, and we can see a very large amount of space using a telescope, but offset by that is we can physically go to the ocean, and we can't physically go to all the ocean, but we can physically collect samples from the ocean of like sediment and like all this other stuff. There's all sorts of stuff you can do. You can have like sonar. You can, measure seismic activity. There's all sorts of stuff you can collect, like thermal data. Like there's all sorts of stuff you can do because we're physically located here. So both of them have their strengths and weaknesses. And so I think that, like, obviously, if you were going to determine, like, you'd have to basically compare those two qualities of information in order to determine which one is actually more. And that, I don't know if that can be done. Like, I actually don't know if that can be done at all, because it's such a different topic, and it's such a different scientific discipline that I don't think comparing it is possible. But obviously, people can say stuff. People can say, "Oh, we know more about space than we do about the ocean," but like, what is that even based on? There is nothing I fear. That's what it sounded. It sounded like Celine Dion for a second. We're talking about the ocean. We were talking about Titanic. I think the real thing is that there's a lot more we need to know about both. And there's another sentiment that people think that, like, because we know more, people think that because we've explored space that we shouldn't have, because we still need to explore Earth. But that's a false belief, thinking that it's possible to explore more of the ocean just because less people are exploring space. That's ridiculous. It's like assuming that because somebody once said, I think on a stupid person on the internet once said, "Why is Magnus Carlsen a chess player? He could have done something meaningful like being a doctor." It's like, okay, but he's not a doctor. He's a chess player. He's becoming the best version of himself that he is. A scientist is a scientist, but there's different disciplines of science. Some people are going to predisposed doing what they do, and they're not going. Having less scientists is not better. Like, if we say, oh, we need to explore more of the ocean, why are we exploring space? You know, you can't just magically make all those astrophysicists and cosmologists and astronomers. You can't just turn them into marine biologists and oceanographers and seismologists. Like, there's all sorts of like stupidity associated with that assumption. That random person on the internet on Quora or somewhere that said a long time ago that Magnus Carlsen could be a doctor. Like, he's smart as a chess player. He'd probably make a shit doctor. Yeah, because he's not a doctor. I'm sure he could have done it if he really wanted to, but there's a reason why he was so drawn to chess instead of medicine. It's pretty like stupid to think that somebody can be something they're not. Like, obviously we can study space and we can study the ocean, and that's the only reality that exists, because how can we possibly just magically make more people study the ocean at the expense of not studying space? It's a really stupid assumption. So some people have that assumption, and so it's like, it's pretty sad that we know more about space than the ocean. I wish they would focus more on the ocean. It's like, oh, why are we out in space? Because when we have wars and when we have people dying of hunger, and yeah, I mean, that's a very like emotional statement, and it makes sense. Like, why are we studying space when we can't do that? It's because when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. Like the song tells us. Just don't grind up moon rocks into a paste and eat it. Don't do that, because it's pure poison and you'll be deathly ill. Yeah, nobody's smart at everything. People have like very small niches. Yeah, I mean, it's just not even whether it's stupid or not, it's just not feasible. You can't have everybody study everything. You have to have people spreading their individual expertise. And so we have people studying space who are experts at space, and we have people studying ocean that are experts at ocean. And likewise, we have people who are experts in medicine studying medicine. And each one of these disciplines has like multiple sub-disciplines. Like medicine, like what part, you can say you study medicine, but like medicine encompasses so many different things. Yeah, I think he got offended because I was calling him a dumbass because not about the statement. I was arguing that my statement was correct. My statement was that Earth is smaller than the universe. That was my argument. And this person disagreed with me. And it's like somebody disagreeing with you that the Earth is round. Saying, no, the Earth's flat. How can you prove to me that the Earth's flat? The Earth's not flat. It's like, then they go on TikTok and they give this supposed evidence. It's not even evidence. It's just they're dumb. I'm gonna let the scientists talk about these things. And the scientists generally don't even say things. There's like I even Googled it. There's one scientist who said that we know more about space than we do about the ocean, and that wasn't even that wasn't like a scientific opinion. That was just a statement. Like it was just something a scientist said. It wasn't like based on like a study. It wasn't like a scientific statement. And then people hear something and they say, oh, a scientist said it, so it's obviously true. And it's like, well, not necessarily, but that doesn't mean you should question science when they have evidence to back it up. There's no way to find evidence to back up that statement. I believe. I may be wrong. Maybe it is possible to back up that statement, but I don't believe that statement was based on evidence. I think that statement was based on random sentiment. That is generally true. Because, like, there's a lot of the ocean we have not explored. Yeah, it's a viral statement. Well, it's not just Twitch viewers. People are like that on TikTok, especially. Where they just, like... Obviously, if you make outrageous claims, you're gonna need outrageous evidence. People saying that the Earth is flat they better provide some actual evidence. And the evidence they provide is not evidence at all. They just don't understand how things work. I mean, I guess they're trying to learn, and then I guess just using TikTok and gaining millions of followers to think that the Earth is flat. I guess that's just the way they do. I guess that's just the way they learn. They're just trying to learn. I'm not gonna fault someone for trying to learn. I mean, it's just like, even when evidence says otherwise, when like people will actually be able to say, okay, well, what you just said, and I don't even know specific examples. I don't even know enough about how to prove the Earth isn't flat. I mean, I can know some basic things like, you know, like light refracting and stuff like that, I guess, but I'm not a scientist and I don't research that. I'm just a fucking entertainer. I don't know. I'm still working on that one. I'm not even that entertaining. I don't know. I'm entertaining in my own discipline. But I still have a lot of work to do in that one too. Make a controversial statement, then just let the internet sort it out. I mean, yeah, it's a good way to go viral. Maybe that person clipped me and is going on Twitter and saying how stupid I am, and then 10,000 people are going to retweet it. And then they're going to come to my stream and argue with me. And then I'm going to make like $10 million. And so Rebecca made millions of followers that day through a viral argument. I'm Morgan Freeman. Can I do a request? Sure, but I don't know what request it is. B-Sith. Well, there is a Kate Sith, but what about a Doge Sith? Doge Sith. There's a Kate Sith. There's no Doge Sith. You are Frogan Meeman? Frogan Meeman. You didn't get that? You didn't think that far ahead, B-Sith? You didn't even know if I was going to be able to do your request? You built up courage to ask me a request, but you forgot to actually come. You didn't think you would get this far. Oh, come on. Not you again. Asking me to lay on my stomach with my arms on my sides? Come on. Get the fuck out of here with that. Not this again. You've been here before. I know your tricks. You're not gonna get me again. Planking? I don't know, I guess. My scalp has been like hurting me lately because the feeling is coming back after like almost a year now since facial surgery. Like it's like this really weird feeling because it's like the nerve endings are starting to come back. And so it feels like it's bleeding, but it's not. It's like this weird feeling. It was numb and I didn't feel anything for the longest time. And then like as time has gone on, you start to have feeling come back. And it's just really weird. Now I'm gonna be like Asmongold. I mean, I'm basically Asmongold, but Asmongoral. I'm Asmongoral. Asmon bald. He's not that bald. He just has a very masculine hairline. Because he's very masculine. Like, I don't know what's wrong with a masculine man being a masculine man. It's pretty masculine to me, that kind of hairline. Looks like any other man's a hairline. I mean, I don't know why people are so weird about it. I mean, I know it's a meme, but it's like still, there's probably people who are serious about it. His hairline is just getting memed, exactly. Of course, you know, he knows how to meme. But at the same time, there's gotta be people who are dead serious about it. You know that there are. There's always people that are like generally see him as less of a man because of his hairline. If anything, if you're gonna argue anything, having a balding hairline makes you more of a man. Because that's a very masculine thing to happen. Because it means that, like, you know, you have androgen, it's like a testosterone, like, intake thing. Like, you have androgen sensitivity. Testosterone is just pumping through your body. That means you're, like, more manly than other men, if anything. And I don't even think it works that simply. I think it's... The way I understand it is it's not really about testosterone, it's about androgen sensitivity. It means you're more sensitive to like that specific type of, that specific portion of testosterone that causes balding. It's like a very, I mean, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a doctor, but like, I mean, that's my understanding of it. But if, you know, so it's like, if anything, that makes you more of a man. If you're like balding, it makes you more manly. Because I mean, when I see a guy who's like bald and he like owns it with confidence, especially, that's like seething with manly energy. It's very attractive. I mean, nothing like a confident man who's like confidently like, yeah, so what about my hairline? And, you know, I also think that just because you're balding doesn't mean you have to shave your head. There's this idea among the balding community, I guess. the bald community. I guess there's a feeling among the bald community that you should just shave your head and own it. And it's like, no, like, what if you like having like balding hairline and also having hair? That's a thing too. Like, why should people be forced to just shave their head just because you think they should? It's like, let people do their own hair. Like, if a bald guy wants to have hair and do comb over, like, I don't think that that's pitiful or anything like that. There's men out there that'll say, oh, man up and just shave it. Like, what the fuck? Calm the fuck down, dude. Like, seriously. The bald cult. You like looking like Friar Tuck or Hulk Hogan? Yeah, exactly. Some people like looking a certain way. It's an aesthetic. It's, you know, just because you might not be attracted to it, or you might not think it's attractive, who are you to judge? I mean, like, I think I know what you're talking about, but let's just double check. Hulk Hogan, hairline. Exactly. Like, that's some manly energy right there. Like, geez. He's got to skull it. What was that? Was that a? But like the image that was here though, is that an actual image? That's a pretty cool image. Friar Tuck. Was that from Robin Hood? Oh yeah, that guy. Like, that's definitely an appearance. That's a very manly, like, it's definitely a look. And some people want to look a certain way, and there's nothing wrong with that. And you should just own who you are and just express yourself for who you are. You know, but there, you know, if you want to have hair though, that's also okay. And there is more research in, you know, there's a lot of research, and, you know, obviously people who are balding are often get really depressed because they want to have a full head of hair. And I understand, because I'm a woman. I wouldn't want to lose my hair. In fact, I had facial feminization to realign my hairline. That's why I have this numbness right now, is because they had to move the doctor moved my scalp forward and stapled it. Like, to like line it up, because I didn't like looking like I was balding. And a lot of women have similar hairlines to how my hairline was. It doesn't make me less of a woman, but like I felt like I needed to do that. And that's fine. Do you have Discord? It's just Rebecca Lauren on all social media, except for on Instagram it's Rebecca Lauren Twitch, because Rebecca Lauren was already taken. I mean, I don't know any other Rebecca Lauren on social media except me. There's definitely no other Rebecca Lauren out there that's like on like Twitch and stuff that I know of. I mean, if you Google me, I like every single result except for like one or two. It's a rare name. And even, you know, obviously my I'm not going to divulge it. It's out there if somebody wanted to find it, but I'm not going to divulge my original last name. But I only took off 3 letters, and it was like a French last name. And Lauren is also a last name. It's not like a fake name. So when I changed my name, I also changed my last name legally. You know, and that's fine. Like, if somebody wants to get like a surgery or a treatment to, like, if they're bald and they don't want to be bald, I think that's perfectly fine too. That's perfectly valid. And all this like bald cult that's like, no, just own the bald. Like, what if people don't want to own the bald? What if people have like an option? And there's more options as there's more and more research being done about hair and like male pattern baldness and all that kind of stuff. And I feel like it's a great time to be living in. That, you know, there's still more work to be done, but there's going to be more and more ways for people to actually, if they wish to, have a whole head of hair. Oh, yeah? Well, I mean, it's been about a year. You'd have to look really closely. You'd have to look at like the scar tissue. Yeah, I've had, it was a couple of different procedures. It was the hairline advancement. It was the orbital bone reduction. It was the rhinoplasty, which made my nose like more petite. It kind of also tipped my nose a little bit higher to make it more feminine. There was like a little bit of like fat grafted into my lip. And there was like a small amount of Botox put in the muscles that were too tight over here. I don't even know if that was like feminizing or if that was just literally just to help like a tight muscle. And then like jawline contouring, and then Adam's apple reduction. That's what I had. Some people have more procedures than that. Some people have like 13 different procedures. Some people even do extra stuff that are more like tissue related and not bone related. So I did bone related. I did skull like bone related procedures, except for the lip one, and the nose. The nose like cartilage. I guess that's that's like cartilage. But you know, I didn't do like the eyelid thing that sometimes people do. I didn't get a facelift. I just didn't really feel like that was really necessary. Like, I didn't get lip injections or, anything like that. I didn't get collagen injections. or anything like that. Like I didn't want to go like you know, like plastic surgery, like full on. I just wanted a feminization. And the whole idea is that you can't really tell. But you can definitely tell if you look at the before and after. You're like, okay. Like, it made a world of difference for me. But it's not like super obvious, and I think that's when you know that you did it right. I feel like it's not supposed to be obvious. If it's obvious, then you just look plastic. And some people want to look plastic, and that's fine. They want to have that like super plastic surgery look. Because some people actually really like that. It's like really popular for some celebrities. I look natural, yeah. And I don't wear makeup either. I don't really feel like it's useful. First of all, wearing makeup kind of damages your skin. It clogs your pores and all that. So, but I want to keep it clean so that the times that I will wear makeup, it won't be as damaging, because it's not like, I don't really need to be wearing makeup just showing up to play World of Warcraft. I mean, I could, maybe, but I would rather save my skin, and when there's more important times where it would be more useful to wear makeup, like if I was like, you know, gonna be in a movie or something, and like a makeup artist would like prepare me, like a professional makeup artist or something, and using products that aren't going to damage my skin and such and such. Blush, shrug. I am cute. Except when I'm not. I mean, I am human. Finally, we hit 245. Jesus fucking Christ, that took a while. I know Tanaris wasn't the ideal place. But at the same time, now we're at 245. We can finally go to Ungoro Crater. And I guess we go for thorium there. 275. Oh, oops, did I... Yeah, we go to 245 to 275 in Ungoro. Oh god, I need to, I accidentally skipped it. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but like I may as well, reset profile. I mean, nobody's perfect. I'm a human being, you know. Sometimes I have emotions and it's not very attractive. Sometimes I'm really mean and it's not very attractive. Because, I mean, it's going to give me the pathing for that level range. And so I want the rest of XP to be on the right spot. It's still on this. Oh, here we go. I can just go back. There we go. Okay, never mind. I don't have to reset the whole thing every time I do that. I can just go to the step. Yeah, so it gives me the pathing. Can I just jump down? No, I'll probably die. Well, what I can do now is I can just do this. What social you use the most? Probably here on my stream. The hell is this? Yeah, I'm not really super, I mean, as much as I do live streaming, and I do have Discord, but I'm not actually active on social media. Not really. I'm most active, if you're gonna call activity, I'm the most active here on stream. So like my stream is the most active. So the most current and update you can be is to follow my YouTube or my Twitch or any of my other streaming platforms. I'm also on Twitter and Kick and Facebook. On Facebook, it's Rebecca Lauren Twitch. Facebook and Instagram, it's Rebecca Lauren Twitch is what it's called. Everywhere else, I'm Rebecca Lauren. Yeah, these are 3 gold each. There's a lot of gold to be had here. How much is the thorium? Thorium is like almost 2 gold each. I mean, it's less than the mithril, but it is what it is. Yeah, follow all the things. Honestly, here right now is the best way to interact with me, because I'm gonna be able to have a conversation with you here live on stream, and even if you say something when I'm not streaming, like if you tweet at me on Twitter, I will see it. And I do want to make a habit of, and I said that, but I actually don't have a habit of checking my Twitter. But I do want to make a habit of, if somebody replies to me, I will pull it up on stream and I will reply to it, even if you're not here. So, you know, for what it's worth. I don't know if it's worth that much, but I do it. Usual stream times, I don't particularly have a regular stream time now, so that's why it's like not too reliable. I generally do try to stream around this time, like early morning, like 6 a.m. Pacific time, and for like you know, as many hours as I can handle. Or I stream in the evening, like, you know, around like 5 p.m., 6 p.m. Pacific time. Oh, you get off around 7 to 8 a.m.? Well, that's usually when I'm going to be streaming, if I am streaming. If I'm not streaming, then obviously I'm not streaming. Yeah, so this is around this time. So if this is the usual time you're on Twitch, this will be the best time to generally find me. And I'm very interactive, so if you're in chat, I'm going to see it. I'm going to respond to it. Don't be a total asshole. But I do enjoy, you know, vigorous discussion. Not all the time. If I'm like, hey, chill out, let's... You know, I'm the one who... You don't get to decide that. I get to decide that. So, you know, this is my kingdom. So obviously, if people are pissed off, they can always leave. I'm not going to, like, change for people if I don't feel like I need to. Although I'm pretty reasonable. Like, I am pretty reasonable. I can kind of say, like, okay, let's... Like earlier, we were having a very, very kind of rigorous and vigorous conversation about the ocean and space, but I like wasn't mad, and I also don't like hate Booper and Count Chocula. It's just like I think that was like a fun, like kind of discussion. Maybe they didn't think it was fun. I hope not. I hope they enjoyed it. The rigorous, vigorous, carnivorous, eating food and meat. I did have oatmeal already. I guess I just still have food on the mind. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I do get a bit heated. but I generally kind of try to steer it into a more, I generally try to keep a vibe like this. Like just kind of, you know, casual morning conversation. That's, you know, I like having a cup of coffee and chatting with your friends. And obviously sometimes, and like I said, I haven't felt like that kind of conversation since high school. Sometimes in the morning, like, you know, you would meet with your friends at the quad at high school, and you would have like these discussions and stuff, and it kind of got heated. You know, I still think that, you know, obviously it doesn't mean you hate your friends, you know, just because you get a little bit heated. Oops. Oh, I thought that was like going to be herbalism or something. I'm like, what is that? Internet people can be sensitive, obviously, but they'll calm down. And if they don't, well, you know, I'm gonna do my own thing. If I'm really interested in talking about something, even if it's like, you know, kind of killing the vibes, I generally try to bring it back to this. But at the same time, like, if it's the other way around, like if somebody is causing bad vibes and I'm like, hey, chill out. It's like, yeah, they're like, oh, do what I say, not what I do. It's like, well, yeah, because it's my stream and I get to determine the vibes. And if I don't like the vibes, I want it to be a certain vibe right now. Sometimes the vibes are very like, we're having a heated discussion. We're talking about like a controversial topic or whatever. But I generally try to keep those few and far between. On average, I do try to mostly keep things nice and calm and chill. And, you know, if we do have like some discussion, generally just trying to be a little bit more lighthearted, you know, or talking about something we enjoy or whatever. You know, obviously I can't 100% control the conversation, and I wouldn't want to, because that's just kind of weird. Like, because then there'd be no point in actually having like a stream, because it would just all be about me, you know? It's like, I love talking with chat. But that being said, I don't let chat walk all over me. I'm not gonna let chat dictate what I should and shouldn't do. I get to do that to them. Lakari? Dirt pile? I thought it was a poo-poo pile. Poo-poo pile. I am master and commander. I am the master baiter. Remember the Family Guy joke? Just a minute. I just need 5 minutes. Yeah, this is a warship sometimes. You know, that's the internet for you. It's really, like, none of it, really, if you really put things in perspective, none of this shit even matters. So I usually just do it to just kind of create my own vibe, and like, you know what? As much as it seems like I could probably be doing something better with my time, could I really? Like, you know, I don't really think that there's like, I think it's perfectly fine just to have like a space to just kind of chill out and talk with people who are strangers on the internet. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I think it's much healthier than being completely isolated and not talking to anyone and just not doing anything. Like, at least I'm like kind of doing something. But, you know, I'm not just giving up on myself and saying, oh, I'm miserable, I'm a loser, I'm gonna try to be a loser now. Like, fuck that. I'm not a loser. Well, I'm glad that you feel it's chill. Like I said, it's not always chill, and sometimes a little more heated. Sometimes it's uncomfortable. I generally have made less of those as time has gone on. It's been about 4.5 years that I've been streaming. I've learned a lot, and I generally kind of am in a lot more control over my emotions, and you can thank my therapist for that. But you can also thank me for that, because my therapist even says that, like, I've helped you, but this has mostly been you. Like, you've been putting in the effort. You've been following the homework. Like, you've been, you know, you've been, like, she would say, like, you know, I'm helpful, but I'm probably responsible for probably about 80%, you know, you're responsible for probably about 80% of your progress. And I try to accept that because it's true. My therapist wouldn't say it if it wasn't true. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you chill all the time, it gets kind of boring. Like, sometimes you need to just, like, be a little extra. Oh, oops, also, like... Yeah, I'm pretty passionate. That's true. Doesn't mean I have to always be passionate. Sometimes I'm actually kind of just run out of steam. Hey, K-Vane. Welcome, 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 welcome. We're just doing some mining and having some chill chat. Hope you're enjoying your coffee or whatever you're having, if that's what you're having. Vacuum. Don't go call something a Thargoidian flesh ripper just because they don't like pizza. Yeah, exactly. My sentiment, I mean, that's very scientifically accurate statement. Yeah, I mean, maybe I lost a viewer. Maybe Booper's never gonna come back either. I don't know. If that's the case, I'm sorry to hear that. I can't, like, I'm not gonna, like, be mad. I mean, even if I have an argument with somebody on stream or anything, obviously, unless it's something really bad, it's not like I'm gonna, like, you know, want them kicked out of the guild or something. If it's something really bad, I would have to report it to the guild leader. Like, if somebody was, like, being, like, super fucking racist or some shit. Be like, hey, like, by the way... Wait, what'd you say? Oh, yeah, don't say that, we don't talk about that here. It's not that super popular. It's only super popular among some weirdos. We don't talk about that here. There's been a lot of forward movement in my life that goes beyond that. So anybody who thinks that I'm who I am from 4 years ago can just get out of here. Can just leave. But yeah, I'm Rebecca. People were very unfair to me about that encounter, but they were also very, you have to look at the context. Like, the people who spread that video around are not good people. They're just not. And if you think they're good people, then you can just leave. Don't be sorry. Just, like, you know, it's not something that... I deleted that VOD for a reason, and then somebody stole it, so think about it. Yeah, I mean, I can't stop people from seeing a video that somebody else spread on the internet, but it was from a deleted VOD, and odd enough, as soon as I deleted it, somebody posted it. Curious. So obviously I'm not proud of moments like that, where I have autistic meltdowns. A surprise, you know, big shocker, an autistic person has an autistic meltdown. Let's all point and laugh at that person. Like, come on. No, I didn't. Some loser on the internet did. Yeah, because what I do is I move the fuck on. I don't just continue living in the moment that I was there. That was a very specific thing that happened. I was hospitalized after that. And also my dad was in the wrong too. It was just wrong on all ends. I usually don't talk about this, but I'm just gonna say, anybody who's like gonna judge me for that can just fuck themselves. Because they have no idea about the intricacies of what happened there. There's things happening that are wrong on all ends of the spectrum there. Like, my dad was wrong, I was wrong. I think I'm more, you know, I love my dad and I forgive my dad for that, but, you know, my dad is an alcoholic. He has problems. Yeah, I mean, that was 4 years ago. It was a long time ago. In fact, after I got back from the hospital, like, I gave my dad a hug. Like, you know, I'm not going to be mad at my dad, and he's not going to stay mad at me. I mean, he was drunk. You don't have no idea how drunk he was. He has some serious problems. And he was in my room, which I have every legal right to not allow him in here. I'm on the lease. This isn't just his house. But either way, you know, that's neither here nor there. We could talk all fucking day about that. It wouldn't solve anything, and it would just, there's no point. Like, I know the internet likes to dissect every single little teeny moment that happens and, like, talk about it forever. But, you know, what for? Like, I'm a human being, and that was like 4 years ago. And I have a lot of stuff going on that's really good. And I've made a lot of forward progress in my life. I'm not even going to get into that. I've been hospitalized multiple times. A lot of the times it was because my dad was drunk. And he called the police because he just doesn't know how to he thinks that I don't want to get into this conversation. You're not going to bait me into this. I don't need to defend myself. I know what happened was wrong. I'm not going to defend what happened. But, like, I moved on, and my dad moved on. And things have gotten a lot better. And really, it's nobody's goddamn business. It unfortunately happened on live stream. And I wasn't in the right mind to be able to turn off my stream. And so, that's really all there is to it. And there's people on the internet who've done much worse, on purpose. Okay, so I don't want to hear that, like, I'm a bad person for having an autistic meltdown that just happened to me on stream, that happened on accident. That was like, you know, when there's people who have literally done like absolutely dog shit, terrible things on purpose, willingly, premeditated. So I don't give a fuck what people think about me for that. I have no idea about that. You should probably Google it. I have no idea, Doc or Deck. I have no idea. Why would you ask me? I'm not a walking Wikipedia. What I do know is that Texas is going against federal law by going against the orders about the border. That's what I do know. And I do know that if it were up to Texas, they would literally murder people for trying to cross the border. But the federal government says we can't do that. And at this point, once you start defying the federal government, who knows what they're going to do? You know what I mean? The last time stuff like that happened, there was an entire civil war. But I don't think that's going to happen again with the way the military is. I'm going to tell you that right now. I don't, you know... I hope the federal government steps in swiftly. You can't just let people just like try to have like a, you know, defy the entire federal government. Like, people were voted into office. Like, you know, people you know, these rules and these decisions don't just happen, you know, from like one single unilateral person. Like an executive decision, that's an executive order, that's a little different, but it's still from an elected official, a president, who there was like an actual election that took place. There was an official, like, you know, like, it's not just one person making all the decisions. And if a state goes against those decisions, it undermines our entire democracy. Because then it's like, well, who are you to say that you can ignore the directions of a bunch of people that the American people elected to make these kind of decisions, and who make these decisions very carefully? You're basically, I mean, they're breaking the law. And so it's like, if we're just going to allow people to break the law, like, you know, this needs to be ended, like, swiftly. You can't just have, like, a National Guard taking control and going against the federal government. Like, that's chaos. You know, that's like terrorism, really. Not that the American government is like this perfect thing that needs to be protected, but it's the best we have, you know? Oh, Breaking Bad is great, and you should watch Better Call Saul afterwards. Amazing show. And there's a movie that takes place after it, after Breaking Bad. What was it called? Anime? I haven't really been in anime since like I was in high school. The last anime I watched was Dragon Ball Super. Yeah, it's all on Netflix. Yeah, El Camino. Yeah, El Camino. Is the movie that takes place after it. And then there's Better Call Saul. Nobody? What is the movie you said? I think it's El Camino. Yeah, El Camino. Yeah, I think you should watch. I think the movie came out before Better Call Saul. I might be wrong though. It takes place after Breaking Bad, and Better Call Saul is a prequel. Blue Eye Samurai. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the anime is really good. I just have not been interested in anime. I like the last one I watched was Dragon Ball Super. Mostly, here's what I think about anime and why I don't watch it anymore. At a certain point, all the anime is exactly the same. And maybe you could argue, okay, it's not the same. What are you talking about? You have no idea. It's like, okay, but how many iterations of like a college guy moving into a dorm that's full of women where all the women are fighting over him? How many iterations of that can you handle before you're done? Okay, you can't sit here and tell me that every single one of those animes is like insanely different. It's like I got tired of it, okay? Called Nobody. It's solid. Oh, right. Yeah, there's a movie with Bob Odenkirk called Nobody, right? I mean, where he says, "Better call 911." Is that the one? Is that the one where he says, "Better call 911"? But it's not like Better Call Saul, it's just Bob Odenkirk. Just like how that one movie, I forgot what it was called, but there's that one movie where Bryan Cranston was like, he was basically like hiding and like stalking his own family. That one was really weird. It reminded me of like that Robin Williams movie, the 1 Hour Photo. Like it reminded me of that. Like, it was just that level of, like, just creepy, like, unsettling. Yeah, I mean, every anime has its own style. Like the inner monologue stuff, that's more of a Japanese style. But even American stuff does that. Or Western, you know, just non-Japanese stuff. Did who mute you? Did one of my mods mute you? Need another mod? No, I usually moderate my own channel. I don't know if I have a mod here right now. Well, because K-Vane said, did he mute me? Maybe auto mod. I'm not sure. But you know, I just didn't know if you were. See, I don't know. I mean, you're kind of sus right now, K-Vane, because of how you came in with Box Life. But I'm not going to judge you. But it's kind of sus that you said, "Did he mute me?" I'm a woman, and I use she/her pronouns, so don't call me a he. But that's why I assumed you're probably talking about someone else. I don't know about like whether or not like autistic people are more likely to be transgender, but there seems to be a correlation that trans people tend to be on the spectrum. But I don't think it's like a requirement. Yeah, there really does need to be a lot more research on trans people. There's really not enough. There should be more, but that doesn't, at no time does that undermine trans medicine. Some people think that like we shouldn't do trans medicine because it's like obviously like should we stop doing heart transplants because we need more research done on hearts? Like, you know. I don't know why you got muted. I've been seeing your... I don't see anything... I mean, obviously I don't see it. If you got muted, I don't know. You got muted earlier because you brought up, I muted the term box life. I don't like people bringing that up here. Oh yeah, one of those 20 episode season animes with tons of filler. I actually think like if you're not willing to watch the filler, then just don't watch the anime. Because the filler is like there to like do like, you know, you should enjoy it. If you don't enjoy the filler, then why are you watching the anime? Some anime is all filler. I mean, if you really think about it, like The Simpsons is all filler. No, like, I mean, there's might be connected storylines. I mean, there really isn't. It's episodic. But The Simpsons, you know, I don't watch Simpsons anymore, but like, it's still a very popular show. I mean, what did you get muted? Like, you know, like just generally. Earlier when you first came here, it just muted you. Have you been muted since? I just, if you get muted, just like, you know, maybe it's a good thing to avoid. But if it's something that seems unreasonable, just let me know. You know, I'm 36. I'm like missing all these small thorium veins and true silver. And kill this dinosaur. So this is why they went this is why they went extinct. An overarching story the main characters are on, yeah, but sometimes there's an episode where they just go to some yeah. Obviously, that, you know, I mean, it's, you could consider it is character development. It's like saying, like, here's showing some characters going onto a random adventure that has nothing to do with the main storyline, but there's some kind of like insight into like the nuances of the characters. You know, like Pokimane is all filler. I'm not able to really do much right now. I'm permanently disabled. I get money from SSI, and it, you know, as as much as that's helping me, it's it really makes me feel depressed that I can't have an actual job or anything. But and also I do have some potential you know, self-employment that will probably work out really well once I'm able to commit to it. But I have extreme gender dysphoria, and the nature of the work is like doing camming and OnlyFans, and also potentially professional filming eventually. And I want to get into porn, and I really want to do that. But because of gender dysphoria, I just can't even show up anymore. But it's okay. Well, it's not okay, but I mean it's reasonably okay, because I'm having the surgery to address that issue in about 2 months scheduled. So there's going to be a lengthy period after that where I can kind of gather myself and have some spiritual growth, to just kind of reflect on these past like 5 years and just move forward. And I want to go back to school for like accounting, and also for dance. Like I want to do ballet and such. Yeah, yay porn. Yeah, I love it. I really love it. I really want to do it. I think it can make me really happy, and I think it can make me a good amount of money. I'm hoping it can make me a living at the very least. Because that's a really difficult thing to make happen. But I think I can do it, judging from the amount of money I made just doing stuff, having no idea what I'm doing, and not even showing up that often because of gender dysphoria, and not even showing up anymore at all because of that. It got harder and harder. Yeah, sex definitely sells, and I'm really good at it. I'm a natural. I need to get better, but that's a matter of course. That's just like refining. I already know that this is something that I'm really good at because I really like it, and that comes across. And people really like that. And I know exactly what my audience wants. I know how to deliver. I have really good analytics. As a beginner, within the first 2 to 3 months on OnlyFans, I have 11,000 well, now I have 11,000 followers on my cam site. But, you know, at the very beginning, when I just started camming and funneling people into my OnlyFans, within the first 3 months, I had 50 subscribers. And I was like the top 40%. And that's like barely knowing anything about what I'm doing at all, and not even having the greatest content. So if I can like really refine that, I think I can soar. Okay, yeah, you're very clearly banned. Fuck that person. That person came in with box life. I should have known. I generally don't ban people just because of that, but lo and behold, that person proved the rule. If somebody comes in bringing up box life, it's like a 99% chance that person's gonna get banned. Doesn't fucking smell like rotten meat. Are you fucking dumb? That's only in the case of complications. It's not an open wound. It heals. And if you heal it properly, you avoid complications. And just because some people get complications doesn't mean people shouldn't get the surgery. Like, I banned that person because I know where they're heading with that line of conversation, because I've seen it before. I am not fucking born yesterday. You are not unique. You are dumb. Leave my fucking chat and never come back. You're not smart. That's the same kind of shit that so many people come in and they go into any kind of discussion with absolutely zero knowledge about transgender medicine or transgender surgeries, and they just spout this nonsense thinking they're intelligent. So fucking dumb. Yeah, I mean, there's a chance of complications. There's a chance that you can get hit by a bus just by walking down the street. Okay, you're fucking dumb. It's not worse just because you think it is. There's always risk. And I know that. And I'm willing to accept that because I know the risk is 100% if I don't do it. Yeah, just don't even worry about it, Q-Cox. It was basically just me yelling because I was having an autistic episode and my dad was really drunk. That was it. Yeah, I mean, that's the part, that's kind of the risk of being a streamer. You know, people are going to, even if you delete a VOD, someone's going to record something. I just think it's kind of weird that I had 0 viewers in my chat at the time. The fact that somebody was paying so much close attention to me to wait for something like that, and before I was able to delete the VOD, downloaded it, that is actually really sus. What a loser. Someone just waiting for me to explode. That's absolute loser behavior. What the fuck is that person doing at the... I think he was friends with Boogie. And this is Boogie we're talking about. Like, we're talking about Frank Hassel. That guy's a fucking nobody loser. But yeah, I don't want to go there. I mean, it just helps me understand. It helps me feel better about myself because, like, I'm just doing my thing, trying to improve my life and just documenting it and having fun with my chat. This person is constantly scouring the internet looking for people to make fun of. That's absolutely sad. Like, that's miserable. What the fuck is wrong with this person? Like, I'm actually concerned, but I don't really give a fuck. I just gotta do me, you know. I gotta focus on. I gotta focus on my own thing, okay? I wish people would stay in their own lane more, you know. Doesn't mean we can't, like. Doesn't mean you can't always, like, you know. Kind of the beauty of, like, you know, the internet. There are some beautiful things, like the fact that we can share things together and talk about it, have discussions with people we never meet and probably will never meet. That's pretty cool. Like, technology allows that. That's pretty awesome. But there's gonna be a fucking giant, you know, it's a double-edged sword. Because it's gonna allow in a whole bunch of garbage. Just terrible people. Yeah, I mean, this person got more views off of my content than any of his other bullshit videos. I feel like that says more about me than it does about him. Because he didn't even add any, like, commentary. He just, like, strung together my clips and that, you know, my clips. In a way that was not very flattering. And with a VOD that I deleted. That's what happened. So, like, he didn't even add any content except, like, the edited... Put in some, like, you know, scary sounding music to make me sound like really villainous or something at some points, to make me sound crazy. It's like, clearly I'm just like playing around with the camera and the microphone to make like silly content, and this person's gonna act like that's who I that's like me not acting. Like, It's just acting. But like the stuff, the VOD I deleted wasn't acting, and you know, you put that on top of it, and it's like, clearly I didn't want people to see that. It's very obvious. Any reasonable people would not hold this against me, so that's why I'm not upset about it. It took me a while to get that. I was really upset about it for a bit. And I did get some I did get some extra viewers because of it. And I remember I even had my dad come on stream, and I hugged my dad on stream after the video came out. Honestly, you didn't need to edit much to make this bad. Like I said, this was a very bad moment. It was just a very unflattering moment caught on camera. That's all it was. I'm not going to defend what happened. And anybody who does, please don't, because that was bad. But you know, it's like, I even like after the video came out, I got like a big raid of people coming in, and I had my dad come on stream and we like talked to them. Obviously, they didn't come in good faith. I didn't know that at the time. I thought these were like people who were generally like decent people, and maybe some of them were. But they were coming here to like make fun of me and make content out of me. They were kiwi farming like lolcat. They were trying to make me into a Christian, because they're sick motherfuckers who only care about taking people who are easy targets and trying to farm content out of them. But I didn't let that happen, because first of all, I'm not Christian. Second of all, I just kind of saw what was happening, and I just like said, get the fuck out of here, and I just started banning everybody. But at the very beginning, like right after the video came out, I was like really upset about it, and then I talked about it, and I was like, you know, I was very straightforward and like emotional about it. I was like, yeah, like this was really bad, and then I had my dad come on stream, and like me and my dad talked about some really good things, like about when we used to go fishing and stuff like that. I think reasonable people kind of see the big picture, that like, you know, I'm not the problem, they are. Just be, you know, people, if you have your worst moment caught on camera, you can judge anybody. Because I'm sure there's people who have way worse moments than I do. In fact, I guarantee any of these super like right-wing 4chan goers probably have significantly worse things that if people knew about, they may even go to jail. So I'm not going to even go there. I'm not going to go to that conversation, because I don't want to speculate on a bunch of random losers on the internet. That's not a healthy use of my time. And honestly, if anything, it allows me to show my true colors and give myself a redemption arc, which has more than happened. And anybody who's been paying attention will know that. My dad knows that, my family knows that, my therapist knows that, I know that, and my viewers know that. So I mean, that's pretty much all there is to it. But unfortunately, people are gonna learn about me because of that. I just need to make sure that eventually I can outshine that with my own stuff. And especially once I start doing professional porn, then that's all people are going to talk about, which has its own set of problems. Obviously, it's like for example, Mia Khalifa's having some struggles with that, but I don't think it's impossible to be seen than more than just your career. Like, people see you doing a porn career, and that's all they will ever see you as. They won't take you seriously. But I think if you advocate for yourself, and you like never let people walk all over you, it might be difficult, but I think there is a path into the light where you can be your own North Star. I really like what Asmongold says about being your own North Star, because in the end of the day, I don't need other people's approval. I can fight for my own right because I know that I'm right and I know that they're wrong. That if people are going to judge me based on a video on the internet, then they're already somebody I shouldn't take seriously. Because I'm more than just a video on the internet. And that goes for good videos or bad videos. My self-worth is not determined by something I recorded. Yeah, we're gonna do a 22 episode redemption arc. And there's gonna be like 3 episodes of filler. Like there's gonna be a chess tournament episode. There's gonna be an episode where we climb Mount Fuji. We're gonna go to Osaka. I mean, we're gonna go to Okinawa. I mean, like, what is this, Azumanga Daioh? Like, who want to see the girl in the one video do some crazy? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Honestly, I can't control what people think of me, so I don't even try. And I think that, you know, as long as I can take care of my personal life, which I already am, and as long as I can take care of my professional life, which I am getting ready to, right now I'm in this arc of my life where I'm transitioning away from transitioning and transitioning into the rest of my life. So like right now I'm preparing for this surgery mentally and physically by taking care of my health, taking care of my mind, and just getting ready for this life-changing surgery. And that's really all that's going on right now, and you're a part of it. I mean, that's where my stream is right now, because that's where I am right now. And you know, then I'm gonna have some period of time of recovery to reflect and to recover. And then I'm gonna go back to school, get an accounting certificate of some sort, learn accounting, you know, which will help me in whatever I do, and get back into the swing of things with the college. I want to learn dance, like ballet and such. I've already taken a dance class last summer and I loved it, and the instructor was amazing, and she knows a lot about my story and all that, and she's cheering me on. But I wasn't able to really, you know, in the fall I took like a conditioning class. It was like dance conditioning. It was like basically like, you know, yoga and Pilates. You know, just because I'm getting stronger and taking care of my health. But I do want to get back to that, and at some point, like 3 to 9 months after surgery, I can get back to my career, and you know, the slow development that, and it might even, like, you know, at some point escalate. It might just pick up, you know, suddenly at one point. I don't know that. I might just get a huge opportunity that can change my entire life. I don't know that until I get there. I have to try. And, you know, I have to slowly, you know, this autistic person who can barely leave the house because I have agoraphobia, because of lots of very negative consequences of trying to navigate the world socially and just failing miserably, because my biggest deficit and the reason why I'm declared permanently disabled is because I really don't know how to function socially in the world. And I'm talking about like on the job, I'm talking about with friends, I'm talking about just any kind of like, I'll have like outbursts out in public, and like I said, I've done a lot of work in therapy. I have done significant amount of work and I've come a long way. But it's very difficult for me to follow through with like a job, and it's going to be really hard, especially when I try to go to like auditions and trying to get professional work as an actress, as an adult actress or otherwise, or as a model, or, you know, adult model or otherwise. So that's going to be a real challenge, but I'm not there yet. And like, I'm not ready. I have to go through this surgery and I have to recover, and then we're ready for the next challenge in my life, which is that monumental challenge of trying to earn a living, which everyone has to face. And I just haven't. I've tried. Like, good Lord, I have tried these past like 5 years to do that, and it's just it just always fell short. And I'm not going to be hindered anymore after this. I'm not, at least I'm not going to have any transgender surgeries left, and that's a relief, because that's so exhausting going through that process. constantly waiting, constantly wondering if something's gonna go like not work out, or if it, you know, if it's gonna be rescheduled. The mental roll, the emotional roller coaster that is waiting for this surgery has just driven me like entirely useless. Basically, it's rendered me almost entirely useless. Yeah, I mean, that's why I said, you know, at least I can start with camming. I mean, that's why I do camming. Camming is better than OnlyFans for somebody who has no followers, because you get discovered. There's like an algorithm, and you get on the front page. You can even pay a small amount of money to get on the front page. At one point, I had 600 people watching for like a good like 30 minutes, or maybe even an hour. I had like 600 people watching for like a whole show once. That was crazy. I made some good money that day, but I put the money back into it. Like I was advertising. I was trying to get viewers. People and a lot of those people would come back even when I wouldn't work for like 6 months. I came back, and then the same people will show up and start giving me money. It's great. But OnlyFans is a lot harder, because in OnlyFans, that's a landing page. That's like a Patreon. You need to direct people to that, and it's really hard to upsell that when you have to actually convince people to want to stay in the first place. And so that's why camming is like the strategy, and then OnlyFans is like the long-term strategy. But even that's only stuff that I can do on my own. Imagine how much success I can make if I actually go out and audition and actually get some professional work with like professional film cameramen, and like professional like editors, and professional like makeup artists, and all that, and having like coaching, especially like having someone giving me direction, and working with professionals, people who really know what they're doing. Like, imagine how far I can get doing that. But that's going to be significantly harder to make happen, because it's going to involve, first of all, just leaving the house. But if, you know, I need to do that. It's not a matter if I want to do it. And you know, what I've learned from being able to advocate for myself to get this surgery to happen, it doesn't just happen. This surgery I'm getting took a lot of effort to make happen. And if I can do that for this, I think I can do this for other things too, to be successful, because that skill I've learned, that strength, it transfers. Yeah, a lot of people use Twitch as a gateway because they have Twitch viewers. But Twitch viewers are also hard to get. See, usually what happens, and I'm guessing a lot of these OnlyFans girls probably started with camming, and then they brought the cam audience over to Twitch. And then they used that Twitch following to then organically gain viewers on Twitch, because they didn't want to do camming anymore, because camming is hard work. But you have to really like it. You have to really like it. If you're doing it just for money, you're gonna have a really hard time doing it. You have to really like sex, okay? Because you go for like 2 hours or more at a time. And you can take breaks, obviously, but you get less viewership during that time, and you make less money during that time. But obviously, you got to think about the big picture. It's self-management, and you have to really know your body, and that's why it's going to take some time, because I'm going to have entirely new plumbing down there. I'm going to have to explore my body on my own time. There's some spiritual attunement that has to happen. That's not something that I can just put on a timeline. Like, that's something that's going to take some. It's a conditional. It's conditional, not like time sensitive. It's not time dependent. It's condition dependent. So the condition for me to return to work is that I'm ready to show up to do the act, to do the deed, for hours at a time. Which I actually think I'm going to have a much easier time. I'm not really sure, because I don't have to always be doing something that involves having an erection. That was really the main part that was really difficult. I actually was really good at that. If I'm going to get into details, I usually don't get into details here. But the difficult part of doing camming was actually not maintaining an erection. It was maintaining my mental health because of gender dysphoria. Because I might be able to physically be aroused, and be able to maintain an erection or something for like a couple hours. But it was more so just like that was causing me mental distress because of people worshiping me for a body part that I'm desperately trying to change. Yeah, there's not a lot of porn with post-op trans girls, so I'm kind of going to be in a very small competition. If I'm going to look at this from a purely like branding standpoint, I am completely changing my branding, so it makes sense that I'm not working right now because it's going to be, you know, and it's really kind of a good thing that I never went fully viral, because now I'm not going to have to make that transition. I can just wait until I'm ready and then start basically from scratch, but not from scratch. Yeah, mostly trans women are pre-op in the porn world. But there is a rising number of post-op trans women getting into porn, and in fact there is an agency. They're under Groovy, in which Groovy is a agency that works with trans women to find them work and connect them. Which I'm going to have to send them my portfolio and like some photos to apply to work with them. And they have a somewhat new, I think maybe within the past year or two, they have a new agency under that, you know, a new I guess I don't know what to call it, but there's like a new website they started called Post-op T Girl. It's and they're working specifically with post-op trans women, and they're all beautiful, but honestly, if I'm gonna be real, I think I'm gonna do better than they do. I've seen some of the videos, they were good, but I think I can do better if I'm gonna be humble. I'm just saying, I think with the right resources and with the right coaching, I can be significantly better. I think I can be a porn star with the right resources. I'm willing to do the work. I'm more than willing to do the work. I'm begging to do the work. But like I said, I have to be not just physically prepared, because there is a physical time that I'm going to have to recover from surgery and also prepare my body to be able to handle that kind of work. That's going to take some time. I can't even do sexual stuff until 3 months after surgery. And that's like the bare minimum. I'm talking about the ability to actually do that for work. Like that's going to take much longer. But I have plenty of stuff to do, like go back to school and stuff like that. So I'll have plenty of work to do. It's not like I'm going to be sitting there twiddling my thumbs. I got stuff lined up. I have a plan. Yeah, a lot of guys have fantasies to get pegged by a girl, which is generally why people are really into trans women, because pre-op trans women don't need a strap on. Some people will even call it a strapless. Like a strapless lesbian or a strapless girlfriend who can peg their boyfriend or yeah, it's actually going to be except for the lack of uterus and ovaries and except at the very deepest end where it's more like a pocket because it doesn't open up into anything. At the very deepest end, which you would need to be a gynecologist with special tools to actually investigate, it'll look like anybody else's vagina. And anybody who thinks otherwise, maybe they saw somebody who had a very swollen vagina still, or a very swollen vulva, and because maybe some women started doing porn online while the swelling's still going down. Like at 3 months you can have sex again, but the swelling doesn't go down for quite a while. So maybe because there's really not a whole bunch of information about post-op trans women available, like as far as like photos go. Most people don't share. Like there's been like millions of people who, I don't know about millions, but there's been like thousands and thousands and thousands of women who've had this surgery. But I don't think there's been a lot of women who have publicly shared online what their vulva and vagina looks like. And I'm going to be one of them who does. So, I think a lot of people have these misconceptions about it, especially with the tech available today, with the new surgeries that are the more refined surgery methods that are done today. It's virtually, in fact, I think it's like 1-to-1 with how anybody else's vagina is going to look. But everybody has a different vagina anyway, even like people assigned female at birth. So like to say that you can just tell, that's somebody who's delusional. They're convinced that they know, but they actually don't. You'd have to go deep into the vaginal canal and investigate to see if something is sewn together. And you would need a special tool for that. You'd have to be a gynecologist. And even gynecologists won't know until they look. If you don't tell, if they'll say on your chart that you had surgery related to your vagina, when you go to see, from what I've heard from women going to see a gynecologist, like there's been women who've had gynecologists who didn't know that they were trans until they actually went into and looked. They're like, oh, you're transgender. Like they didn't realize it was a transgender vagina until they actually saw the evidence. Yeah, I mean, there's pretty vaginas, there's ugly vaginas. And really what people are thinking about when they think of vaginas are actually vulva. Everybody's different. There's also really, really sexy penises and there's ugly penises. Some people have like really curved ones. Okay, now we're at 276. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm actually getting a little tired. It's been 5 hours. I can't believe we've been streaming for 5 hours. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? How has it been 5 hours? I thought we've only been live for like 2 hours or something. We've been on here for 5 fucking hours. Like, what the actual fuck? What the actual fuck? Yeah, I'm gonna take a rest, and I'm gonna, I'm gonna take a break from my computer for the rest of the day. I'm gotta go for a walk later or go for a bike ride. I'm gonna be doing some reading, some more of Book of Lost Tales Part 2. I got some great Tolkien to go. I'm only on page 89 out of like 249 or like 280 or something like that. So, yeah, good conversation. Yeah, I talk a lot on stream, and the most fun I have are when my viewers are talking with me. And yeah, we had like a really invigorating conversation earlier with Booper and with Count Chocula. That was a little bit like kind of intense, but then we kind of got back to our equilibrium. I really enjoy talking with my viewers. I actually think I love streaming. I love interacting with my viewers. It's the favorite thing. It's my favorite part of streaming. Like sitting here and chatting with you, like to the camera, and to and as like I really I'm really comfortable doing this, and I really enjoy it. I think it's great. It gets me outside of my own head. It makes me think about different things. I think it's a good way to prevent dementia. But then I also have to be careful of Twitch chat also like melting my brain too. So it's a double-edged sword. Sometimes people will melt your brain, like just microwave your brain. It's you got to be careful with social media, okay? Yeah, I had a great time chatting with you, Miss Streamer Lady. Yeah, it was a great time chatting with you, Q-Cucks. I'm gonna take some rest. Make sure to drink plenty of water. Make sure to get plenty of exercise. Make sure to eat right. And make sure to not fall into a pit of despair and ponder why your existence is so miserable. Try not to do that.